switched! Welcome, travelers! If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your anti-long rest DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons&Dragons 5th edition D20 system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based on the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you can read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. And one quick reminder, after December 19th, which will be our last session, or next week's session, if you're watching this live, that will be our last session, not of the whole game, just before a little break that we'll be taking over the January, some of February potentially. So don't be afraid that the channel will be dark. It will not. We will have things going on. Make sure you are subscribed so you can see all those fantastic things going on, like a guest DM and a new system we get to explore. And that will be happening after our December 19th game. So be prepared, but don't be scared. Look at that, it rhymed. Fun. Without further ado, please enjoy this episode of Razia's Shadow, 1,000-Year Interlude. Let's recap. Session 21, The Right Price. Beau responded to a sending spell from Helena Fresca with confusion as he suddenly couldn't remember the latter portion of the group's visit. She didn't respond back. The novices got a few rooms at the Stout Watchman to discuss what could be wrong, and they learned Snow might have also had a moment of missing memory. But even with magic, they reached a dead end. They squeezed in a surprise hello from a sweet young girl, a trip to the local Walmart, the promised stop at Ike A, and a look into the refugee camp to tell that sweet girl and her family they would get them home safely. But the night was young, and it was Daffy and his adventuring party who met the novices back at the Stout Watchman for a celebratory drinking contest after their successful mission. Ste'yn took the table to the finale against an otherwise unnoticeable young man until they discovered he and his sister, the barmaid serving the beverages, were cheating. After a heartfelt plea, they agreed to split the pot and go peaceably. Snow later discovered that the barmaid, Galia, who helped her brother cheat, was also a refugee trying to make her way home. The novices fell asleep that night to various degrees of restfulness or restlessness. And I remembered what was missing. I didn't turn my music on. It's so quiet and so awful. I'm gonna turn my music on right now. Let's, real quick, grab some jams for me. Thank you for your patience, because I couldn't stand it another second. Okay, put that away now. So, as you guys have fallen asleep, we are going to begin with you, Snow. So you had returned to bed. You'd gone back up to the room in the inn, which you quickly realized after putting Ste'yn to bed and Viola went back to her bed. You realize you are alone in your room that evening. Beau did not return to the Stout Watchman. You lay down, stare up at the simple wooden ceiling, the simple decor in the room, very autumnal. There's this nice portrait over your bed, this nice painting of an outdoor scene, the edge of a forest with its leaves changing, and a beautiful starry sky. And you kind of watch it for a moment and your eyelids get heavy, blink and open, blink again. And you look up now at an unimpeded scene of a perfect starry sky in a beautiful velvety night sky. The wind rolls over you, chilling you to the bone at first. Behind your head, depending on how you kind of turn it, the grass beneath you sort of prickles the back of your neck. But if you just turn it the other way a little bit, It's soft, just like a natural pillow, a very common way that you've slept before. And then a voice breaks the silence, and it warms you right to your soul. And you hear it say, "Oh, Snowy, I know when you haven't heard. I'm certain of it." And you look back, and there's a young lady beside you. She's the spitting image of you, with fair skin and bright blue eyes. They're giddy about everything they see, if maybe slightly shy about it sometimes. The obvious difference there is her long blonde hair that's tied up to the side, some of it kind of spilling over her shoulder, some of it, as she looks back up at the stars, kind of falls into the grass a bit. She says, "Okay, did you know that just north of Edaheim, there's a pass nearing the strait that crosses the Goose Autumn Migration, and there's a teeny tiny village that's perfect for them to rest. And if you find it, you can find where they lay golden eggs." You haven't heard that one, have you? And she kind of rolls and looks at you in anticipation.
I don't believe I have.
Yes! I knew I found one that you didn't find. She turns her eyes back up to the stars again. She says, "You know what I'm going to do as soon as I get there? I'm cutting all my hair off. I'm taking a shear right to it. What do you think Mom and Dad will say about that?"
I think Mom at least would be furious, and you should absolutely do it.
I'm absolutely going to do it. What do you think it'll look like? How short should I go?
Pixie.
Pixie. Oh,
I
like
think
you
would rock
called me
it.
that one time.
Did I? No, you're thinking of someone else.
Oh, I don't think that was one of my stories. No, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure you said it.
I think you must be confused.
You would say that. Just make me believe it's just another story.
That's all anything ever is.
She's watching you, and she's kind of still has that half laughing smile on her face. And she doesn't say anything for a minute as the smile slowly begins to drop from her face. And she says, "Snow, what am I going to do without you?"
Aaron, you will do extraordinary things. That's what you will do.
She keeps staring, almost as if she hasn't registered what you said. And then she says, "Snow, what are you going to do without me?" And as she says this, there is a resounding crack in the air, and this tinkling sound, almost like shattered glass, that forces you to sit up. And as you look out, you're no longer sitting in this kind of grassy glade. You're looking out onto the edge of a mountain. This snowy white peak. And it's overlooking a snow-covered crystalline city. The city is entirely abandoned. You can feel it. It's lifeless. There's no one there. And a broken tune in Taryn's voice is carried out on the wind until it's just fragments, like the crackling of a hearth. And then louder, like a bonfire. And then even louder in your ears, just trembling, like a raging inferno. So loud, it forces your eyes open. And you're once again staring up at this simple wooden ceiling of some decor, autumnal, all around you. The window beside you, that I imagine was probably kept open some to see the night sky. Still dark, but you can feel that the sun is approaching. What do you do?
So it's been enough time for a long rest at this point? Or is it still...
Despite your heart kind of racing a bit, you do feel rested, yes.
He will first reach to his backpack, which is kind of half under his bed. He reaches instinctively for it and then remembers all of the things that are no longer in it. And gives a sigh and just sits there thinking for a moment. But then he remembers last night and the drinking contest and everything, and he smiles a little bit, and he is going to get up and see if he can make some tea for the others who might be hungover.
You're going to head downstairs?
And himself, because he might also be hungover.
Give me...
Just a little bit.
Sure, give me a... Let's see. Give me a Constitution... Give me a saving throw.
Alright, well, doesn't matter what it is, because I rolled a 3.
I'm just recalling from last session, you were like, my rolls do nothing in between. It's just one or the other.
Yep.
And that's fair. Yeah, you wake up and despite that you had gotten knocked out of the contest, well, no, you were in there for a decent amount of time. Yeah, you had a number of shots.
For quite a while.
Yeah, it was on the final 3.
5, I think.
Yeah, you're gonna need some water and probably maybe some of those promised or expected bacon roses. Yeah, you're able to stand and move about. You have the belated dizzies, the spinnies a little bit as you make your way out. You're heading downstairs back to the bar area for the tea, or?
Yes.
Okay. As you begin to leave your room, Beau.
Yes.
Oh, I'm getting there.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I had to switch back from my notes. I just switched back over
Also,
from my notes.
just so you're aware, I rolled charges for the medallion and the staff, and they are both back up to full.
Fantastic. Okay. Beau, you had gone to the outskirts of the town in a not fully drunken, tired stupor, but a more slowly than you'd hope, recovering from drunken stupor and tired and fatigue and such. And you found this tree not too far from town, but far enough that you were more secluded. had laid against it, looked up at the sky, and through the canopies, you could see the dark evening, the stars showing a different set of stars than maybe you had become accustomed to once upon a time. You stare at them through the leaves for a little bit before your eyes also grow heavy, and you simply can't keep them open for long. But they do open again. This time, as you're looking at stars, these are impeded through a window as you look out at another darkened sky. And by now, the constellations almost highlight themselves, a few stars feeling punctuated among the others. And the one who taught you this talent of noting the stars always seems to almost speak through them. And you can almost hear that voice. Can you name them? Are you listening? And you feel this smart rapping on the back of your head. Then a very different voice. This one, more masculine and doing its best to portray authority, says to you, well, can you name them? Are you listening? Focus, young master. And your mind is brought back to this beautiful oaken desk in a luxuriously decorated study. And you're hovering over a book with pages filled to the brim with various arcana, symbols, and explanations. And you know that Master Zelfar is skilled. You also know that he probably has that tense grit in his teeth, knowing whose son he's smarting with a wand. But it's fine. He might have just earned probably a prank later, but you can feel a breakthrough, so you choose to focus. The words in front of you that are written in this giant cant, unfortunately, just continue to be blurry, scratchy constellations. And you turn in your chair to tell him so, when you see an ashen-skinned man with glowing red eyes and a pompous, cruel smirk on his red-stained lips. His teeth flash brilliantly, and two of them, near the front, come to these terrible points. And you are not where you were. Or you certainly hope you're not. This figure towers over a sea of people with a similar look, but in these various states of dress and demeanor. None of them hold a candle to how this fiendish entity presents himself. This man, lording over them, is in a fine black suit, black hair peppered with white, slicked back, long tongue, giving a quick swipe along his teeth, as everyone around him falls to the ground. Some collapse, useless, lifeless. Others kneel, swearing allegiance with their entire bodies, whether it's for power positioning or simply for survival. But it always becomes an allegiance for life, as they too finally collapse into the dirt. And it creates this massive domino effect with the man in the center and each body collapsing into a shallow bed of viscous, clinging blood. Only you stand in front of him, your shoes deep in this clumping mud and steadily sinking. And his eyes, without speaking, order you to kneel. They tell you that he has control, like he always has. They say, you think you can get ahead of him, but you never will. As you stand before him, what do you do?
Throw a knife at him.
Which knife?
One of my psionic knives.
Okay. You hold your hand out and conjure this knife. And the memories of this old knowledge just flood through you. Whether it's words from your mentor, from your own father, all of it just rushes into your mind. And you have this moment as you skillfully manipulate this knife and prepare to just launch it right at him. He's here. He's in front of you. But that moment becomes fleeting. And it's quickly snuffed out. Before the dagger can leave your hand, it's gone. And that rage inside of you becomes no more than this frail ember. But an ember nonetheless. And you find yourself dropping to your knees, squelching in this thick, muddy ground. The copper scent of blood around you stings and causes you to salivate. But now he stands alone, bends down, scoops some of the blood pooled at his feet, and he holds it up to his mouth to drink. And as you watch this single drip going down his chin, down his neck, lost behind his collar, the bodies around you start to glow. From deep within, you realize it's a lot like having upset old kindling. Because soon after, the bodies catch fire. You feel that warmth on you as well. Your own skin starting to glow. The edges of your skin crackling and then coming ablaze. Screams of his victims fill your ears, direct or through orders. And just as the pain of that burning becomes too much, your eyes shoot open. And you're not alone by that tree any longer. There's a small figure standing, sort of kneeling or crouched in front of you, holding out a small or a thin stick, letting out a little wisp of smoke at the end. And you realize it's a young girl, maybe around 10-ish, has brown skin that lightly glitters, big looping brown curls in her hair, as she's watching you with these big brown eyes, and inquisitively, as she's holding this, almost looks like an incense stick in front of you under your nose. And as your eyes shoot open, she pulls it back kind of abruptly. But you see a Benny crouched in front of you.
Well, in Elvish, he's adapted to this. What are you doing here? Sorry.
And she looks at the sort of incense stick, and she snuffs it out in the dirt next to her. And she just kind of shyly looks at you.
Why are you up this early?
She looks around, and it is, the sky is starting to lighten, but it is still that dawn. And she kind of looks around. She looks back down towards where the town is. And then she looks back at you.
Yes?
Give me an insight check.
Insight is 11.
Okay. you notice that as you're talking, it's not that she doesn't understand you as you're speaking to her in Elvish, but she seems much more interested in something else. As she, like, when you speak, she looks you in the eye, and then she looks back kind of just above your eye line. And then she looks kind of down at your hands. And then looks back at your face. And then more kind of at your lips. At your ears. And then back to your eyes. She seems to be observing you.
Alright, well... Shouldn't you be observing your fire?
Do you mean the incense stick?
Yeah. Whatever she has going on there.
Yeah, she had snuffed it out. So it's not, you still have that wafting scent, and that scent is very, like, smoky. Which makes sense considering you had a dream involving, like, you know, fire. But she puts it beside her. And then she looks back at the town. Towards the town, and now you can see there's a wagon approaching, a small cart approaching. It does not have the full hooded, like, tarp over it, but you do see the telltale symbol of that silver cat. So it's not the full caravan wagon, it's just a smaller cart approaching. And in the front, you can see, kind of laid back, looking very comfortable, at least from this distance, and dressed bombastically as she does, Helena Fresca approaching. Seems to be in your direction. And then a Benny looks back at you, and you feel her... are you still looking at Helena approach?
Yeah, he'd be looking probably at, like, the both of them. Maybe.
Okay. That's fine. A Benny reaches out, and she touches your chest briefly, like a tap of acknowledgement. And then she touches her own chest. She touches herself. She looks back at you.
He just kind of wipes his chest where she touched him, and then stands up. Are you all right?
She stands when you stand. She was kind of watching what you were doing. And then she touches your hand and touches her hand.
Yes, it's a hand. What are you trying to say?
She appears to start to roll up her sleeve a bit. And then stops and turns as the wagon approaches. And you hear the closing in distance. You hear Helena's voice. Good morning, a Benny. You found him. How lovely. Good morning, as she looks at you. And a Benny goes scampering back over to the wagon. Decided to sleep under the stars, did we? Or decided to get an early start, did we?
Both, I guess. So,
Lovely.
You never answered my question yesterday.
Question.
It was about my memory.
Oh, that's right. I thought you were making a joke, thinking I had all the energy to spend on sending messages only to you, silly. Although now I wonder, you do seem very serious. Beau. Beau, you know that I'm strict, but I'm not cruel. And I don't wish ill on you. So honestly, I'm hurt to think that you would think I did anything whatsoever to you. In my reputable establishment. Reputable establishment. Don't make me speak on things you know I ought not say aloud. So let me make something very clear to you. Beau, I did nothing to you.
Yeah, I mostly ruled it out, but You were the first to contact me.
Contact you first?
Contact me
compared
since the
to-
blackout.
Well, that does seem to make sense considering you said it. You said this right after you left and said something happened inside and there's not much time in between.
Yes. So that's why
But
I
it wasn't me.
asked. Alright.
Not me.
Like I said, we
Although-
mostly ruled it out. Though we don't know why.
I mean, you have made some powerful enemies in your young elven life, and as we've discussed before, you do anticipate them moving swiftly, stealthily. Do you think perhaps they're just catching up with you? Or maybe they have friends of their own? I mean, our dear friend Emmerich is certainly not the only trouble you'll find in this world.
Yeah, not the only trouble we'd find, but I have a feeling if they were here, they wouldn't just make me black out for 5 minutes.
Oh. Well, perhaps. I don't know then. I am terribly curious, though.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you, but please don't go around saying that I've done anything to any of my clientele. I do have a
All right.
reputation.
Alright, well. See to the child. Points to Benny.
And Benny at this point is already like, she's scooted up into the wagon seat, the cart seat next to Helena, who's been having this whole affair, this whole conversation from her seat in the wagon and the cart as if it were like a throne. She's just kind of like sprawled out and talking to you. And she says, yes, I certainly will. And she kind of gives a Benny a little kiss on the top of her head. And she says, I am sad to make my visit here a little short since I just got in, but we have places to be and things to see. And I hope you won't forget that you still have your side to complete of our little bargain.
Yes, you wanted the carriage things.
Yes! Very good.
I
Do
make
tell your
no
friends.
promises on that front, mind you.
Why ever not?
The environment was not exactly suitable for your things.
You did say that, and I assured you that my belongings are top quality and they can handle anything.
Not theft.
You'll just have to make me believe you.
Just
Anyway.
gives her a very pointed look.
I'll be on my way now. Do tell your friends I said hello and goodbye. And, you should not be such a grump in the morning. Mornings are beautiful. Beautiful time of day. I love it. It's peaceful. Right before all the excitement. It's like the calm before a storm. Ah, wonderful.
I'm never
Beau?
peaceful.
No. No, you are not. I hope you find a little peace, Beau. And I hope I'll see you soon. Ta-ta! And she sits back and kind of guides the single horse carrying that cart. And they trundle off, and you can see as they're leaving a few boxes that are in the back of this wagon. That part semi-covered with her tarp, just not the front. And they make their way out from Hazelford. Where are you headed, sir?
He
In this
will
morning hour.
head back towards the inn.
Sounds good. You make your way back to the Stout Watchman. Speaking of, Viola. Give me a moment to scroll. Where did it go? Oh, you were right up top. Viola. You head to bed the evening before. You had just tucked Ste'yn in. You can see her. To your joy, she's not sleeping with the dead people tonight. And you two had gotten her armor off. You had tucked her in. You had said goodnight to Snow as he made his way back. And you get yourself comfortable in your bed across from Ste'yn. The moonlight is kind of feeding in from the curtains, and there's just a warm feeling all around as you lean back and your eyes kind of softly drift close. And then almost as if you had only blinked, you're awake again. Your heart is kind of racing a little bit. You can see now that the sky looks different. It appears to be now morning. And you are certain that you had some kind of dream last night. But the only kind of telltale sign of that is just that you woke up, you had gone to bed feeling really calm, really easy, and just so overjoyed. And then you woke up just with your heart racing, like kind of a cold sweat. The loose strands from your braid are just clinging to your neck. And as you sit up, in the kind of shadow of the dark room, across you do see Ste'yn. You see Ste'yn's silhouette, anyway. And you can't seem to recall precisely what your dream was just offhand. It's sitting right there, like right in your mind. It's sitting there. Can you please give me an intelligence check? See if you can remember what your dream was.
Or is this Inception and she's still in it?
Is it? What's going on?
That is a 16.
A 16. Okay. And then as you're looking at Ste'yn, her silhouette kind of looking a little bit bigger than you thought. Just her arms are under the covers. She went to bed without her armor on, but it looks like the blanket is kind of raised up a little bit. It just looks kind of funny. And just in a kind of a moment, there's like just a snap and you remember. The dream starts to come back to you, almost brand new. You pause a moment, kind of close your eyes and let yourself remember. You see this cold, round marble room. It has these draping tapestries of golden thread, brilliant suits of armor standing like sentinels, and a tall window pane letting in this blinding light. And there's a dark silhouette of a throne right in the center that's blocking some of that window. It seems empty for a moment until the figure in the seat shifts like a moving shadow. 2 legs uncross and then cross again. And a lazy but strong chin leans on an upright hand covered in rings along the arm of this throne. The other hand lifts to lazily twirl something in these dexterous fingers. The item itself reveals a golden tube, this golden barrel, as the light glints off of it. And then the hand holds firm to this wide grip at the end of the golden barrel. The figure stands, now this towering, menacing presence of golden armor. The man wearing it has this 2 perfect jaw, 2 smooth hair, perfectly weighted swords at either hip. And he lazily strides to the window seems to be ignoring your presence, like you're some unseen onlooker. And at the window, he takes the gun and holds it out away from you. What do you do?
She's going to try to position herself so she can look out the window to see what he's pointing towards.
Okay. Give me a dexterity stealth check.
Uh, 15.
Okay. You creep around the throne in the center of this room, and you inch closer. You get close enough to this window, and it's massive. But the light is just so blinding, it's almost impossible for you to keep your eyes out in that direction, and you turn your head a little bit to kind of block some of that light, and you're looking towards him. And for just a moment, he's looking back at you before he turns back to the window and he presses the trigger. This deafening shatter fills the room as the glass sprays out. And now the icy mountains beyond it are visible. Birds are disturbed by the sound. They shoot off in every direction. They're just these little black specks. And past the frozen range is this sprawling sheet of green that's divided by a pale blue strip. And on both sides of this divide are two sprawling castles, one entirely of gold, one of silver. Behind that lush green, there's this tan landscape. It shifts at the slightest breeze. And this, too, has a kingdom of this beautiful sandstone. But some of the pillars and bricks are just spots of pure white. And before you can see what else waits as the horizon continues to stretch on, there's a massive explosion in the distance. It erupts like 100 bombs going off at once. And from the furthest reach of the horizon, fire plumes into the air. It starts this wave of scorching bursts that annihilate everything in its path. Towns are engulfed with all the belongings and all the residents inside. Fields are ablaze. Forests become pyres of smoke. Mountains sink into ash. The flames consume everything until they finally reach back to the window. And then the tower and him and you are also gone in an enormous pyre of flame. All of that in an instant as you open your eyes and your heart is racing in your chest. But you're sitting at the edge of your bed as the memory returned to you, and Ste'yn is across from you in her bed.
Viola is going to get up and walk over just to check on Ste'yn, because whether it was in her dream or it was in real life, she thought that Ste'yn's blanket situation or whatever looked weird, so she's just gonna go check on Ste'yn, trying not to wake her.
Sure. You cross over to the bed where Ste'yn is, and now you can kind of see that what's going on, it's dim. There's a small candle, little seated candle that you could light if you wanted to, which helps, see a little clearer. You can see now that the blanket looked funny because it looks like something is holding it up from beneath. Ste'yn's eyes are closed. Actually, give me a perception check.
Oh, that's a 7.
Cool. It's actually kind of hard to tell. Ste'yn's eyes are very dark, you know. But you're really more focused on just the odd raising underneath the blanket. And you move the blanket aside, just carefully, gently. You're not trying to wake her. And you see that her arm is held out. It's just kind of lifted up. Her hand is kind of clenched as if it were holding something. But what's most telltale about what you see is as you follow her arm down to whatever just simple night garb she's wearing, or whatever she was wearing before, you see that across her chest and going down towards her arm, you see a line of blood.
Viola is going to start she'll start off by kind of stroking Ste'yn's hair to kind of try to comfort her and calm her, and then if it doesn't seem like that's helping at all, then she's gonna try to very cautiously wake Ste'yn up.
Okay.
Comfort the blood away.
Yeah.
What?
There.
I said comfort the blood away.
Okay, wait. So does it look like the blood was dripped on her, or she has been cut?
It's hard to say, especially with the perception check. It just looks like a line of... It looks like blood across the hem of her, whatever she was wearing when you put her to bed.
Okay, then yeah, she's gonna continue with the trying to comfort her and then slowly wake her up.
Okay. Ste'yn.
Yeah.
You went
have
to
a
sleep.
great night's sleep.
You went to sleep at some point, certainly. And next thing you know, you feel someone touching you. And your eyes start to flutter open. You're certain you were doing something, saying something, looking at something, looking for something, but you cannot recall what it was you dreamed about. You don't wake up in any pain. You just wake up, your eyes just kind of slowly open, and you can see now that you kind of half of your blanket is not over you any longer. You see your arm outstretched as if you were reaching for something. And then you see a very unsettled Viola beside you. You did not rest well. You do have a level of exhaustion. And you do kind of feel like you feel like maybe you woke up sweating because you feel damp on your front and back.
Viola's gonna look at Ste'yn very concerned and just be like, "Good morning. How are we doing this morning? How you feeling?"
I'm all right.
I know you've had nightmares in the past. This isn't new, but I'm not sure I've experienced your arms being outstretched. And I don't want to alarm you, but you've got some what seems to be blood on your chest.
What?
It's
will
just a little bit.
reach to feel it and see what's going on.
Okay.
Very confused.
I also need everyone to roll me well, Snow already did. I need you guys to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That is a 15.
17.
25.
Okay. You do not have the spinny woozies which is good because you're probably stressed enough. Beau also, like, you kind of felt a little bit rejuvenated as that smoke was kind of wafting into your nose. Honestly, you definitely do not get the spinny woozies. So you Ste'yn, you were gonna go like just look, see what was. Yeah. As you kind of move the collar of what you're wearing aside, you don't see any cut, any scratch, anything. There's nothing there except this ring of this line of blood. Give me an investigation check.
Viola will also offer to like help check her over because like if it's something on your back, you're not gonna be able to see it. So
you can also roll investigation.
Is Snow still making tea?
No, yes. Well, I'll get back to you in a minute.
21.
That's a 14.
Okay. That was with the disadvantage and all that fun stuff.
Yes.
Yay, guidance. A 20 what? 21?
21.
Lovely. So Ste'yn, you realize that there is no cut, there is no scratch, and the blood, while it looks fresh, while it looks like it's just recently kind of, or overnight has stained your clothing, again, you're not hurting or anything. So it's confusing, but you're not in any kind of immediate danger. Viola, what you notice is that it's not just kind of a random line. What it appears to be is a line that goes across her chest, and when it gets to her shoulder, it just kind of continues looping around, as if like marking the top of her body from that point, you know, like separating that from like the rest of her. It's just a almost perfect circle, almost like a halo, just around her shoulders, her chest, and the top of her back. But you also do not see any scratching, any cut, anything like that. No bruising, no nothing.
Well, I don't see anything back here. Maybe everybody else will know some more about drawing lines on people and blood.
That's very unsettling.
I'm very sorry. I wish I could tell you, but I was asleep, so I didn't see anything.
I'm sure you didn't see or do anything. It'll be fine.
Besides that, how are you feeling this morning?
Tired. But that's nothing new.
That's normal. Well, I put some water over here because I know you had quite a bit to drink last night, so maybe drink some water. I'll help you get dressed and we can go get some breakfast and find the others. And then Viola will begin to help Ste'yn get settled and get her armor back on. Whenever they finish that, she'll go and knock on the adjoining door to see if Snow and/or Beau is awake.
All right. So while you guys are getting ready and Beau is starting to make his way back, Snow, you head downstairs. So by this point, if you got like a full 8 hours of sleep, which you probably needed, that makes it like
Yeah, it's still like 5. It's between 5 and 6 still.
Yeah.
So he only needs 6 hours of sleep. 2 hours of a long rest doesn't have to be sleep. It can be light activity, which was going to be the tea.
Got it. Okay. No, that's not a problem. You make your way downstairs in the Stout Watchman. And let me find where I was. Boop. There we go. Yeah, you make your way downstairs. The tavern area is essentially empty. It's nearly entirely empty. The only ones you see, you see Shelly from yesterday. Up bright and early. Seems to be pouring some glasses of water. She brings it over to a table where there is an older man sitting there. You see a woman beside him, and she is cradling this infant in her arms. She looks very tired. She looks very tired. The man kind of looks like he had gotten some amount of rest and maybe he's accustomed to being up early. But they appear to be chatting amongst themselves, and it is clearly the man you met yesterday, the refugee, Vivia's father. They don't seem to notice you immediately as you come downstairs as they are talking, and then Shelley goes over and hands them both some water, and she's going about her business. So what would you like to do?
I go to Shelley. Good morning.
Good morning, love. How are you?
I am absolutely fantastic. Could
Oh,
I
wow.
have some tea for myself and my friends?
Early morning, of course. It's a little early for the breakfast part of your stay. I know you guys had paid for the extra, the food, right?
Correct.
Lovely. They are preparing the kitchens and we're getting all that ready. It should be ready shortly, but if you just give us a little bit of time. But tea, yes, absolutely, we can get you some tea. Some hot tea, want some iced tea?
Hot.
I love hot tea in the morning. Wonderful, give me just a moment. And she goes back into the kitchen, and shortly after, you're not waiting too long before she comes back with a tray that has a teapot, and there's 4 cute little ceramic teacups that also have the emblem of the Stout Watchman on them, like the Ste'yn did yesterday. Here you go, love.
Thank you very much.
We'll just say that's part of your breakfast. I won't charge you for it.
Thank you. That's very generous.
Absolutely.
Snow will first go over to the family before heading back upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, you head over to the table. You see the man is kind of looking over. You can now see he's looking over some parchment. It looks like a map, while the woman is just cradling the baby. She has like a piece of fabric set aside and some sewing needles, like she was interrupted from a sewing project she was going to be working on. As you approach, the man will look up from the map, smile at you, give you a nod. Good morning. Morning. We were up like we said we'd be.
Good morning. Yes, you are. I hope you all slept well.
Eventually. Had to wait for everyone to get in, get ready, and get to bed. Although I think they're taking their sweet time now.
Of course. Just to confirm, how many will be in your party?
It's going to be 1, 2. And as he's counting, he looks over at his wife and the baby and kind of looks back at you. Does she count?
Yes.
All right, 1, 2, 3. It'll be 6 of us then.
6 of
Me,
them.
my wife,
All right.
the kids.
Fantastic.
And they should be here any minute.
We will. Of course, no rush. We still have to get our horse and cart back, so there's no rush at all. But once we are ready to go, we will let you know, and we'll hit the road.
That's wonderful. Maybe a night's sleep has calmed your friend down a little.
Can certainly hope so.
Oh. Hope is something I didn't think I was going to have anytime soon, so maybe I will.
Surprisingly, there is always hope. And Snow will give each of them a nod, including the baby, and then go upstairs with the tea.
The baby kind of, whether it's in response to you or not, the baby giggles. He's this little curly, girlish giggle.
Excellent.
Okay. So you go back up to your room, or you're going to knock on the girls' door?
Well, to the door that connects our rooms.
Yes. There you go.
As we paid for this lovely adjoining room situation.
You sure did. You sure did. So I'll say, yeah, you guys, so you reconvene and you knock on the adjoining door. So just as you two ladies are kind of done assessing whatever the heck, you hear this knocking on the adjoining door.
Viola will go and open the door.
Okay.
Well, she'll be like, she's not just
Hello.
gonna like, she's gonna make sure it's snow before she opens it all the way.
Well, it's the only one that could be, because it's the between
It's
the
the
rooms.
adjoining
If
door.
it's
You sure
anyone
hope
else,
it's
we
not.
got
No, but
problems.
like,
Oh, if it's Beau, you're not gonna open it?
Blood. No, I'm just it's a
Fair
stranger.
Fair
I mean,
point.
Ste'yn woke up with blood on her, and we don't know how it
Oh, in
got
case
there.
the murderer's in our room.
Fair.
As Viola opens the door, I stab her with the dagger I've laced with poison. No.
Got him.
I've been waiting my whole life for this.
When Viola sees
It's
that
finally
it's Snow, she'll greet him and say good morning. And then she's gonna ask, how was your night? Anything weird happen over there? Any like, I don't know, like lines of blood anywhere or anything?
Viola.
I check the room to see if there's blood anywhere in my
Viola's
room.
also
Not that you
eyeing
can see.
Snow to see if there's any blood on him.
Looks fine, I think.
Okay.
Did you?
Viola just kind of turns and looks at Ste'yn.
I woke up with a mysterious line of blood. I don't have any cuts, don't have any reason for it, but a line of
Ste'yn, what the
blood around. I don't know.
Do you know of any, like, magical type things where someone would say, I don't know, like, mark the upper portion of someone's torso with a line of blood all the way around them?
Can I make an Arcana check to discern the upper torso blood marking spell?
Seems
You
like a
may.
ritual to me.
Sure. Whoever did it got interrupted midway and had to flee into the night.
That is an 18.
I mean, you might have come up with a story about it one time on a particularly fun, morbid evening, but nothing stands out as some kind of ritual bloodletting of just the upper torso.
I set the tea down and hand both of them cups. Does Ste'yn appear wounded, or does it look more like the blood is just there?
The ladies observed and did not see any cuts, which Viola mentioned. She's like, no cuts, no scrapes, no bruises or nothing. It's as if it just appeared there.
I have no
And how do you
explanation.
feel?
for it. Just tired. But fine.
Did anything happen that you remember? Any sounds in the night?
No. I fell asleep. Next thing I know, I was waking up.
All right, well, that's weird.
You're telling me.
On another note, Snow, have you ever spent any time south, like in Sanaa or anywhere down there?
No. This is actually Pratimina would be the furthest south I've been, aside from those swamps that we were in. I've been making my way south for the last year.
Have you heard of anything that's like south or maybe even south past Sanaa and Vensalot?
As in the world? I know there's still people there.
I just didn't know if any stories came to mind. Just curious.
And as you guys are having, having your powwow and catching up, Beau, you'd have made it by now back to the Stout Watchman.
I was gonna say on his way there, he's going to practice one of his cantrips, because he's been doing that in his free time. So
Which one?
So he's going to try and create a musical little tune with prestidigitation. So
Okay.
So proud.
yeah. So he's gonna say
Romance continues.
I'm not sure. So I'm gonna take my best shot at a lot of these pronunciations, but he's going to say chatka and try and do that for his vocal component to make a little sound.
Okay. Yeah. And as if you had that same kind of breakthrough feeling as you had dreamed about. And as you speak the vocal components you'd been practicing, you begin to hear this tune.
Aha!
What kind of, do you have a tune in mind?
I do, but I don't know exactly how to make it go. But I do have the video of it. I have the audio version of it. You know the tune. It's a little lullaby that he's heard.
Yay!
So I'll be able to put
We're gonna hear it on a VOD, guys.
Once that does work, he's gonna be excited. He's gonna run to the inn, and then since the window is open to their room, he's just gonna run up the wall and jump through the window.
Do we hear this?
Probably.
You're sure gonna see it. Which I should
Well,
mention
it's the
now.
window to the boys' rooms, I assume.
Yeah.
So we're all in the girls' room, so we just hear this thump
You're
through the window.
Which I should mention that
Oh, is there a
Beau is
screen?
able to do these phenomenal things.
Oh, no.
I'm just saying Beau can
I
do
thought
these
you were
phenomenal
gonna say there's a
things
screen on It's like a dog through.
because our adventurers have leveled up to level 5. Congratulations, guys! You did it. Beau's a real wizard now. You're a wizard, Beau. So yes.
He's a rogue whiz.
What?
According to what I could fit in this.
But Beau, you climb up the window. You climb up to the window and crawl yourself in, and you see it's empty. I guess unless Snow left the adjoining door open. Otherwise, the room is empty as you get into there. But you do hear their voices in the other room.
Is the
Viola's
adjoining door
probably
open?
still standing next to the door, still like holding it open.
There you go.
I wouldn't have thought they'd made it all that far into the room.
Well, Snow went in and gave y'all tea.
Oh.
And we had a conversation with Ste'yn.
Snow went in. He's preparing to pour out the tea for everyone, get everyone comfortable as you guys are talking about the weird marks, and Viola starts heading back over, and Beau can see as the door is maybe about to be closing. But you do hear their voices as you come inside. So you guys are reunited! Because gosh, I hate when you do that to me.
We love you.
Oh man.
So to confirm in my, so is the blood on her shirt or is that on her skin?
The blood, some of it is on her skin, but it's just like that tacky, like as if it bled through.
Like right now,
so it's not much.
Okay,
it's
so
like
we could
stained.
just see it through her shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's very prominent on the material of her shirt, but it's just kind of tacky.
It's still wet and tacky, huh? Or is it dry?
It's dry enough that it's not like, it's not going to smear. It would more crumble, that kind of crumbly old blood.
It's not magically fresh, is what I was getting at.
It's not magically fresh.
So
New
Thank
t-shirt
goodness.
idea.
That sounds like
Magically
a
fresh.
So I was gonna go in there and he's like, "Good, what the hell is that?" Looking at Ste'yn.
I'm
Yeah,
fine.
we were all wondering the same thing.
Hey Beau, you know anything about blood and
quit
blood
lying.
magic?
No. Ooh, but I could do
None
this.
of us either.
And then he's going to do prestidigitation on her shirt to clean it from that.
And all your evidence disappears with a burst of magic. No more investigating that one.
Thank you. That's new.
Yes, it's finally worked.
Your studies have been paying
So
off. You'll have to
exciting.
tell I don't
Maria.
remember her name. Yes, Maria. I'm sure she'll be very proud.
Yes, but on that note, I need to get at least one thing from Walmart.
We can go shopping again?
Well,
We should make it quick because we do want to start getting back today.
yes, I agree.
I guess since I went shopping
I already told the family that
yesterday,
we would.
I can get the cart ready while you guys go shopping. I will make that sacrifice to stay behind while you shop.
Tell
Okay.
Pistachio we said hi.
I will most definitely do that. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that you guys thought of him.
Oh, actually, before we go, he's gonna go back into their room without explaining what he's doing. He's gonna close the door, and he's gonna get changed out of his leather armor. Because he did have that when he slept.
What a show off.
While he's doing that, Snow sits down on the floor next to Ste'yn's bed, where I imagine she's still sitting. And he's going to hold her hand to take her pulse. He doesn't really have anything to do with the information, but he still wants to do it, just to see if it's there and sounding like what it should sound like.
You can give me a
still
medicine
alive.
check.
That remains to be seen, Ste'yn.
It comes up a 1. He feels no pulse. She's undead.
You have no pulse.
She's actually an undying warlock now.
7.
That was her real multi-class. 7. You know the basics of checking for a pulse.
I've seen others check pulses.
Indeed. You might even have been paying attention when Taryn even checked a pulse one time.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can kind of like, it's a lot harder. You can't do the wrist thing. The wrist thing is like, it's super difficult. But like you can find the one from like the really strong jugular. Like you can find that one. And then at first you're like using your thumb, which you're not supposed to do, and then you remember not to do that. But you do find a very, as far as you understand, it's a steady, normal pulse. Maybe slightly quick, but also maybe because you just suddenly like slapped your hand against her neck and be like, I'm checking for your pulse. So, you know.
Right.
But
Also,
it's
he's
fair.
still sitting down at the time, so he's like pulled her down a little bit to check the pulse in her neck. All right, you're still alive.
I'm also realizing I think both of the girls are still in their like night clothes. So
I don't
Like,
think Ste'yn changed. into
Ste'yn
night
just got her
clothes,
armor
honestly.
taken off. I don't think she
we
really
don't have
changed.
our normal clothes on yet. Hey Snow, do you want to go see if breakfast is ready so us girls can get our clothes for the day on?
You know, we've been camping together for months, so I've definitely seen what you look like when you're asleep. But yes, I can do that.
Doesn't mean I want you in here, and she'll start shooting them.
He stands up, knocks over Ste'yn's shield accidentally,
Oh my gosh.
and then stands it back up and leaves.
Viola, knowing like the anxiousness of armor and things being like scratched, she'll like immediately pick it up and set it back down carefully.
Thank you, but it's not that special.
Well, you never know. You always want to protect your armor.
It better do a good job protecting me.
True.
Or you. Or anyone else who needs it.
What if Leo had let Viola's armor get stolen?
Don't even mention it because I've been thinking about it ever since we left.
You shouldn't have left it.
All
Well,
I'm
I
saying,
wouldn't have left it, but Viola would have.
all I'm saying is I thought of it first. For the record, that will show up later. Anyway, so the boys leave. Give them some privacy. They're able to get dressed into their comfortable armor, gear, whatever they're going to wear. Beau is showing off that he can wear whatever he wants to wear. And Snow waits outside as well. But yeah, in a few minutes, you guys are day ready. Where are you off to?
Breakfast.
Yeah, I think we're starting there.
Okay.
Yeah, Snow is going to bring up breakfast
Oh,
if
perfect.
possible.
Wonderful. Yeah, by the time you guys are ready to head down and you make your way, there are a couple of more people who are down in the tavern area. Some of them are just starting plates of food, some of them are finishing up. And you spot the table where you had seen Vivia's father and mother and baby sister. And now the table has more people there. You see Vivia immediately. She's sitting on the other side of the table that's looking now at the stairwell. And you can see her, her eyes are kind of half closed. She's leaning on her hand. And there's a page in front of her that she's kind of half paying attention with this little colored waxy tube making, drawing colors onto this page. And you kind of see her kind of like wince a little bit as it becomes clear that there is someone standing behind her who is kind of brushing her hair down a bit and then taking strands of it, and looks like she's manipulating parts of these strands of her hair around what appears to be a circular crown of kind of slowly wilting daisies. And the woman behind her is kind of braiding those into locks of Vivia's hair. The woman standing behind her is a young woman. She has lighter pink hair with a scarf kind of tied around her neck. As she is kind of moving Vivia's head, you hear her saying, Viv, you need to keep your head straight or I can't braid this properly. Come on, hun. And then she keeps going. And beside her is a young man of a similar age. He is talking across to the older man over one of the maps. He also has light pink hair and some traveling gear on. It very much looks like the two you had seen from the night before at the drinking contest.
What are the odds?
Wait, so is this
Amazing.
just
We didn't
Beau?
see that one
Is this
coming.
just Snow seeing them when he goes down to bring us up breakfast, or did we already eat and we're leaving?
I assumed you guys were all coming down to breakfast.
Oh, I think Josh was saying that he was thinking Snow would bring it up if it was possible. Was that not possible?
Yeah.
I suppose it is. I assumed you guys were all coming down. If not, then this would be what Snow sees, yes. I thought we were staying together as a group. But it's whatever you guys want. Is it just Snow then?
Well, we
Yeah,
were all
Snow
getting
gets the
changed, so he
breakfast,
went down
and
there the
then-
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Snow is already dressed for the day while everyone else is.
I
Yeah.
thought you were
everything.
waiting. I thought you were waiting for them to change,
No.
and then you guys were going to go down. No
Snow
problem.
doesn't do that. Snow doesn't wait.
That's also 100% accurate. Yes, no, this is what you see. The table is now full, and you see Glia and her brother, and you see Glia braiding the flower crown you had given to Vivia into her hair while Vivia is drawing a picture. And there's like all around the chairs are just a bunch of, well, not a bunch. You see a few bigger packs that have, some belongings in them probably for traveling.
And is it 6 people total at that table now?
It is indeed, including the baby. They are all there.
Snow gives them a wave as he's, gathering the breakfast to take upstairs.
The way that the father notes you and the way that Vivia sees you, and she jumps up from her chair, which makes Glia kind of drop the braid she was in the middle of making. Vivia looks back at Glia and she's like, "There's the adventurers!" And Glia sees you and she goes beet red. Oh no. Oh no. And her brother when he sees you and sees his sister's reaction, and then he also just kind of holds his head.
It's gonna be fun on the road.
Are you approaching the table? You're just grabbing breakfast.
No, he just waves at them for now, gets breakfast, and heads back upstairs.
Okay. Breakfast is an assortment of scrambled eggs, some fried potatoes, and you see strips of bacon, and then you see a second plate that has like it has more strips of bacon on it, but it looks like it's kind of in like a sunburst. And then there's like one longer strip below it.
See, that's how I pictured that the FaceTime.
Yeah,
Amazing.
and that appears to be their interpretation of a bacon roast.
Beautiful.
But it's handed to you, and yeah, you're able to bring that back upstairs to the others.
Breakfast is served.
This has so much more bacon on it.
They made a bacon roast.
We got our money's worth, I would say.
Those
Agreed.
potatoes look so good. Potatoes are my favorite. Viola's gonna start eating some of the potatoes.
Oh, they're like a perfect crisp on the outside with like that nice soft on the inside. Perfectly salted. They do it right at the Stout Watchman.
I have a really good feeling about today.
Me too. Today's gonna be a great day.
I'm glad you two are so optimistic.
Snow and Beau, can you please roll me a charisma saving throw?
Still.
After
Absolutely.
Ste'yn says that, Viola's gonna like wrap her arm around her shoulders and like give her a little squeeze.
Beau got a 1.
Oh
30-20.
no!
Okay. How's breakfast?
We'll be fine.
Oh no!
All right, we all ready?
Let's
So
go.
Viola, you're getting the cart, and then the rest of us will go pick up some supplies. Ste'yn, are you sure you
Where's-
feel all right?
I'll be fine. I've dealt with worse. And she's just tucking her
Insight
hair
check.
into her scarf.
Insight check.
Only her mask.
You can roll an insight, and Ste'yn, if you're hoping to persuade or deceive, you can roll for that as well.
She's lying, I can tell. Snow may not, but I can.
I know it.
17.
Hi.
Well, let's see. I rolled. Oh, shoot, it's disadvantage. One sec.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, now's the
This is
time
the
to.
sign for guidance.
Oh, she has guidance too. So that's a 13 plus the 7 modifiers, a dirty 20 plus the 3 is 23.
You didn't know that I was going to insight check you. How did you know to do guidance?
She always
Fine.
spams guidance when
Spams
she's
guidance.
exhausted.
No, we'll
She's
take that off. It's a dirty
exhausted.
20. Take it
I'll
off. It's a
allow
dirty
it.
20.
This has been established previously in game.
Can't cast spells and eat at the same time.
Just a dirty 20 persuasion.
Okay. Yeah, she says she's fine, just tired. And Ste'yn, you also feel like in the back of your mind, like somewhere, like right, like on the edge somewhere is a dream you forgot. Like you had a dream. You're pretty sure anyway. You had a dream. Somewhere. It's sitting.
I'm fine. I just can't remember what I dreamed last night, and I don't like that.
You had a dream too?
Pretty sure most
right
people
there.
do. When they
I
sleep.
don't all the time. Most of the time I just sleep and it's very peaceful. And then I wake up feeling rested and ready for the day.
What's that like?
It's like last night you
One-
did have a dream.
I did.
What
Yeah,
was
I
it?
woke up like gross and sweaty and my heart was pounding. There was this
Oh, no.
like guy in this like round marble room, and as she says that, like she is just like trying to dig more into that brain to see if she recognizes or sees any sort of face on the man from her dream. And
You
then
didn't
she
have to
could-
see his face head on or even in the silhouette clearly to know who that was. You'd recognize those the disgusting amount of perfection. You'd recognize him anywhere. You know it was Amos.
Okay.
She could still admit that.
I mean, it's up to her if she wants to say it or not, but she knows.
She won't say it for right now. She'll just say that, like, it's, like, right at the edge of her mind, but, like, she couldn't see his face, but he had all these other distinguishing features, and she'll say, and then she'll just say he held a gun out the window and shot, and just all of a sudden there were these flames, and this, Snow, is why I asked you about south, but coming from the south, if DM I'm interpreting that correctly, were these...
It'd be heading towards it. Oh, no, carry on.
Towards the south?
No, you're right.
Okay.
It seems like he shot...
towards the south, and the flames were coming from the south.
It was an abstract landscape, but you can, based on like where those castles were, you can kind of figure.
Okay. But she'll say that there was these flames coming from the south part of the world, past
the southern
Sinon.
part of the world. You don't need to say south.
Well, more south than I have ever been. But these flames
Has Snow ever heard about anything from that region?
Well, you all know probably just common knowledge that south, there's the three kingdoms that are south are horizontal of each other, so it wouldn't be like further south. It would probably be
like southeast or southwest.
West. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you know that the dream kind of cut off before kind of this abstract landscape expanded any further.
It's like the Antarctica of the map, except it's not frozen.
It's desert instead.
Exactly.
Ophidia is the frozen north.
Well, she would continue to explain the dream and say how the flames were coming and engulfing everything, and then she woke up.
As if that area is not hot enough. It doesn't need fire.
I don't know.
Did
It
it
felt
look
like a warning of some sort. I don't know. I don't normally have dreams
Did
like
it-
that, so...
Did it look like the gun caused the flames?
A bit. I mean, it was the gunshot and then the flames happened.
Well, if it is a warning, we should get our hands on that gun. Could be useful.
Viola gives him a very, like, pointed look, but she doesn't say anything.
Or perhaps it should be destroyed if it's causing the place to,
Viola's gonna
engrossed in
think
flames.
back
Well, one way or the
and
other, we get our
see-
hands on it.
if she remembers Amos actually having that gun.
Give me an intelligence check.
$14.
Okay. You know that his dealings, his business, could easily put him in within reach of a firearm, but your dream, it's hard to tell whether the dream was just incredibly exaggerated or if something could do such devastation. Something so small to do such kind of devastation as that seems unreal. So you might assume that it was almost like you said, a warning. But he does have access to arms.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was just kind of a pistol-looking kind of gun, or it didn't seem like any large, massive weapon to cause something like that specifically. maybe not one specific gun, but arms in general.
So actually, I have a question. How long do we know how long firearms have been a thing? Like, are they relatively recent development, or have they been around for a while?
They are relatively recent. These are not, you're not going to find them in any common weapons store. You'd probably see them at best among soldiers, purgers, people who have that kind of a connection. But it's not going to be mundane.
Okay.
I don't
That's
know.
troubling.
I'd just as soon forget the dream for now. I'm gonna head down to the stables, I think, and start preparing the carts and make sure Pistachio's ready to go. Unless there's something else we need to talk about.
I don't think so. Just
Oh, how many people am I preparing the cart for? Is it just
6.
6?
6 plus us, or 6 total?
Correct. No,
So
6,
10
and then
total?
us as well.
Is Viola's thinking if that's gonna be a tight squeeze or comfortable in the cart we have.
I mean, some of us can walk alongside
Is
it. The
Buttercup
horse
even
doesn't go much
strong
faster
enough
than
to
a walking
tote that
pace.
many people?
We don't have Buttercup. I wish we
Oh,
had
I'm
Buttercup.
sorry,
Thanks for bringing
Pistachio.
her up. We have Pistachio.
Your best
I
friend.
wish Buttercup was here.
Chewy Pistachio.
Now
So
Viola
salty.
is sad because she misses Buttercup.
So I said Buttercup because I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing Viola and Buttercup together.
Aw.
Oh.
Oh, man.
All right, so Viola's gonna head to the stables to get them ready. Okay. Sorry, I was making a note over here.
And then I guess we're going to Walmart.
You guys are going back to the Walmart?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's 10
Run a
gold
quick errand.
pieces worth of, it's like coal, incense, charcoal, incense, and herbs.
Yeah, Walmart has everything, totally. This is how I'm gonna get around ever having individual shops ever again in our game. There's just a Walmart in town, guys.
Yeah, the
Random one of those
Walmart's
mega
already
corporations.
destroying the mom and pop shops.
It's begun.
Rip.
Certainly in the bigger towns and cities. Yeah, maybe.
Walmart's actually the big bad. It really just becomes this fighting big business.
Viola has to come to terms with not loving Walmart anymore.
We're gonna cancel
That's the
Walmart.
betrayal. The real betrayal.
Viola's secretly working with the big bad. Sorry, you had to find out this way.
So when we go
Um,
downstairs to
okay.
go to Walmart, do we now see that family, or have they finished up everything?
They would have. I mean, they would have probably finished up their meal, their food, what little, like, what was offered to them, as like a, we're sorry situation. But no, they would still be probably at the table because they're just waiting to be told kind of where to go. So yeah, they were just staying in the Stout Watchman. So when you guys get downstairs, you see this family of 6 sitting at one of these tables, these round tables. And at this point, now it is Glia who is sitting kind of watching her sister, but she's also drawing, but she's using a charcoal, like kind of a rounded charcoal
Like
bit,
a pastel.
for her. Yes, similar to that. And they're still talking. Her brother's still talking with her father. Mom is now kind of she has her the baby wrapped up Papu style while she continues sewing a piece of fabric. And Vivia is kind of aimless, and she's in one of the corners by a table that's not being used, and you see her kind of running around in a circle around the table, and trailing behind her she's holding this little wooden stick, and wrapped around that is this long strand of like shining ribbon. Like it's the only piece of shining anything she's got right now, and she's kind of using it like a ribbon dancer.
Wait, are they all 6 the ones?
Oh, that's what it would appear to
Isn't
be.
it?
Well,
Right.
at the very least, we can get them back during our travels.
I don't know if
I
that's
think
necessary.
they have suffered enough.
It's water under the bridge.
Maybe
Viola
your
will
bridge.
give. Don't worry, Beau. I'll get you some supplies at Walmart, and then you can build your own bridge to get over it. Okay? And then she'll turn.
That
to
sounds like more of an
Vivia,
Ike A situation.
and she'll give her some little claps.
You can have inspiration, Viola. When you're clapping for Vivia, when Vivia realizes that it's you clapping, she stops and she gives this great big bow while she continues to spin the ribbon by her side, to which it gets caught on her arm and then tugs and then gets stuck. So she has to unravel it. But she skips over to you guys. Is it time to go? Good morning, morning, morning. Morning.
No, it's not time yet.
It's
Morning.
almost time, though. We're going to go to the store, we're going to get some supplies, and then we're going to be on the road. Are you excited?
I'm really excited. I want to go home.
I know
Want to see what I
the feeling.
drew? And she goes over to the table. And she's kind of standing beside Glia, and she reaches over and takes another piece of the parchment. And as Glia's eyes follow to where Vivia's running off to, now she sees all of you. And again, she just kind of like freezes up, turns back to her drawing. Oh my gosh, no. Why? Why? And Vivia comes back with this colored drawing, and it looks like a circle. It's a green circle, and then there's 5 different colored flowers on this green circle. It looks just like my crown, except these have more colors on it.
That is beautiful. Did you do that yourself?
All by myself. I'm very good at it.
No.
Mm-hmm.
You must be. That's
Glia
amazing.
taught me. Glia's really good at drawing. You should see what she's drawing. And she kind of skips
I
back
would love
over to...
to.
She skips back over to her sister, who immediately moves the drawing and puts it in her bag. And she's like, Vivia, that's quite enough, I think. How about we let them do what they need to do so we can go home sooner, yeah? And Vivia's like, okay.
Are you bored, child?
She nods.
Here, I have a project for you. And he's
Adventure?
Well, sort of. He's going to take off the vest part that he has on, and then he's going to grab the button that he gave her. Here, why don't you put this on the top? And he's going to clean it up real quick, so that way it's actually a clean button, because I remember it being quite dingy before.
Yeah, it looked like it had like a little mark on it. It almost looked like a burn mark.
Yeah, so he cleans that off of
on
it.
the rose. Yeah, and now it's a beautiful, shiny pink rose.
Yeah, so here, put it on the top button on this. You said you could sew yesterday, right?
I can.
All right, entertain yourself doing that while we get ready.
So what did you hand her?
His vest, so he has like a vest now, and then he has like
Okay.
a long sleeve shirt underneath it.
So the
And,
top button of the vest.
Correct.
Okay. She looks at it, and she looks at you, and then she gives you a salute. I could do it.
Great.
And she scoots over back to the table. She takes out her mom's sewing things, and she starts sewing.
Beau's heart grew 3 sizes that day.
The father comes back over to you guys, and he doesn't look at you, Beau, but he looks at kind of you all as a group, and he says, "I just don't think we did proper introductions. I'm Sebastian. Call me Seb or whatever you want to call me is fine. My wife, Gianna. It's my youngest daughter. Well, not youngest daughter, but our youngest who can run around daughter, Vivia. I think you two have met, or you all have met. Glia, her twin brother. It's Luca. And then the littlest one over here. Her name's Rose. She's a quiet, sweet little thing. But I don't. Did I get all your names properly? I don't think I did.
No.
Viola.
Ste'yn.
Beau.
Won't forget it. Excellent.
Ste'yn would
Honestly-
like to shuffle over and look at the baby. Just sort of
Sure.
lay some eyes on the child.
Are you trying to stealth to the baby,
Oh, I
or
thought you were
just?
gonna say, are you trying to steal the baby?
No, she's not trying to steal the baby.
And she just walks
She's
over,
hiding
grabs the
it
baby,
now.
walks away.
This is
No,
not mine.
Crouch down.
I'll raise
and
you as
hold out
my
her
own.
mouth a little bit in front of the baby, just maybe trying to see if baby will smile at her.
Sure. And Gianna kind of sees you coming over and looking as if she's very accustomed to people wanting to look at a cute baby. And she kind of moves herself in such a way that you can see. And you see these kind of bright brown eyes looking up at you. She doesn't have a ton of hair, but what hair she does have, it just seems to be growing pretty short. She has brown hair that is kind of wavy. It's not quite curls, but it's waves that kind of just sit around her little face. She looks like she's no more than a year old. She's a little, well, she's probably no more than like 6 or 7 months old. She's a little thing. But she kind of looks up at you and staying high or low.
Hi.
Oh no, my guy.
At least I don't have
Good thing I
disadvantage on
dropped that.
this.
I won't give her disadvantage. Okay. The baby kind of catches your eye and she's just staring. She makes little gurgly sounds, but she's not so much laughing or crying or moaning. She's just kind of staring.
Ste'yn just sort of stares back for a few seconds and then stands back up. She's beautiful.
Thank you. I think she likes you. Normally she'd just, well, she'd probably just look back at me if she was bored. And as she says that, the baby starts to look back at Mom.
It's beautiful that she trusts you so much.
Well, I should hope she would. She doesn't have much else she can do. She's only a baby.
Indeed. And Ste'yn
Do you
will
have any-
very gently reach out and tousle the girl's little hair.
And that gets a bit of a reaction. That makes a little, it's like one little cooey giggle, And Gianna asks you, do you have any children of your own? Any siblings or nieces, nephews?
Ste'yn takes a few seconds to respond, but then says, I have an older brother, and I used to have a little sister.
I see.
And I have a niece and a nephew.
That's wonderful.
Indeed. Indeed.
Well,
So-
you'll get to know little Rose here, I guess, while we're traveling, so.
I look forward to it.
Wonderful. And Rose kind of starts a little bit of spit up, and Mom
Okay.
kind of goes and starts taking care of
Ste'yn
that.
will go back over to the others.
Okay. So, Viola's heading to the stable, and y'all are going back to Walmart.
before she goes to the stable, she'll tell the family just like where she's gonna end up where the cart's gonna end up, so that they can bring their stuff to it whenever they're ready to move.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Alright.
make sure you
Yep.
finish up any details, your bar tab. He says, looking at those two older siblings.
Okay. They her brother Luca, he kind of tries to hold your glance, but can't do it for very long. Glia doesn't even try. She's just right back to her drawing. She's like, enough is enough. But you seem to have successfully embarrassed them, so good for you. But Sebastian promises everything will be handled, and they will meet exactly where you need them to.
Snow is actually going to stay with the family and let Beau and Ste'yn go shopping without him. But before they leave, he tells them, if you find any cool magical items, Ste'yn, you have the coin purse, so, you know.
Are we going for cool or useful? What's the parameters?
Both.
I mean, the coolest things are useful. And
Okay.
the most useful things are also cool.
Okay.
So a nice blend.
We'll
All
keep
right,
an eye
see
out.
And he goes over. He goes over and we'll just start to draw with the others.
Okay. Snow's gonna hang out and draw. Give me either a no. It's not a performance, it's dexterity.
What is...
Is it a sleight of hand? Is that what it would be?
Well, there's
How
art
well can you-
tools. I think you just want to have proficiency in them. Like there's artist tools.
I don't think
So it's
to
just
be
a
sleight of
dexterity
hand, I think
check.
it would just be dexterity. If I was proficient in something that would give me
Okay.
this, but I'm not. So
Yeah,
Snow
no worries.
has never been a drawer. That
But
was
you're
never
decently
something that he really got
dexterous.
into.
But you are
Yeah.
decently dexterous. Yeah.
We shall see.
He's gonna draw. Viola's
No.
gonna head out. Oh,
5. My modifier is higher than what I roll.
I'll tell you how that goes shortly. So Ste'yn
He's not
and
trying to make a masterpiece.
that's fair. Ste'yn and Beau are heading to Walmart
Mm-hmm.
for items, for goods.
Yeah, any
Okay.
charisma checks as they make their way?
Not yet.
Dang it. He's gonna have such a long blackout.
I'm trying to think when that was at breakfast I had you rolling.
Yeah, that was
You
like
guys came down.
it was
were
before
chit-chatting a little
Viola
bit.
started talking about her dream. Is when he rolled.
Before the dream?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'll say. I know I had you roll it. But I'll say it would be when you gathered your belongings and you started heading out, unless you just kind of always have your belongings on you. You tell me. You guys were up in the room. Were you just kind of all packed up, ready to go the whole time while you were eating breakfast, or after breakfast, you
Probably.
guys? Okay. Okay, then yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
Before
what?
before she was before
okay, yeah.
before she gave the drink.
Alright.
Yeah. So let's unless there's something else you guys are like perusing Walmart, let's maybe montage.
Yeah,
the
I was
Walmart?
thinking if you want to just tell
Mhm.
us what magical items are there, then we know that Ste'yn wants a shovel, Beau wants
Oh yeah.
those things, and then he also wants to sell the bow that he has and the armor that he's also cleaned and mended to make it look like new. Both of those
Okay.
things.
We're selling Beau.
Oh, then I guess he
I
also has
have to-
arrows.
I have to go back. So Walmart doesn't have all that in a bag of chips. It doesn't. It's not for armed things. It's not for weaponry and stuff. They're not going to buy or sell weapons. They just have
Thought it had everything.
nice You know, you thought. They're not in that line of business. They have everything home decor and attire and jewelry and makeup and baby goods and traveling some stuff and whatever, but not weapons. And neither does the IK. But other than that, sorry, I'm trying to find my old notes because that's where I put my Walmart stuff. Where the heck
Does Walmart have a shovel?
Walmart has shovels, yes.
But
Walmart has shovels. So the shovel's no problem. Oh no. Sorry.
So face value of the things that Beau's planning on selling would be 35 plus. So face value would be like 40 gold altogether. But I don't know how much you want to adjust that for like the whole entire sales transaction, like percentage wise.
Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple for now, and I'll be more prepared for when the real price hike happens during the festival. Those drinks were slightly overpriced for festival reasons, but you know, alcohol. So yeah, if it comes out to, so that's the components you were looking for?
Well, the components he's looking for is only 10 gold pieces. I'm talking about him selling the things. So a Shopo's price, like if you were to buy one, is 25, the armor is 10, and then it says an arrow is 0.5 and he's got 10 of them.
Oh,
so he's selling those. That's why I was saying, like the face.
Gold.
Well, yeah, if he gets full market value for it, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then, sorry. No, things are generally not. I mean, if you're buying back or selling back.
Yeah. So what would be the percentage or amount that you get?
Man, I am not an economist. I didn't play this for the math. Drop off like 9 gold from that.
Okay, so that'd
you
be
could
31
gold
and then
instead of 40.
Then he spent that, so he would have 21 gold after buying what he needs material-wise.
Love it.
And in that case, he's gonna buy 2 quantities of that just because familiars can die. So he's gonna drop down to 11 gold pieces and have enough components for 2 of those.
I'll make you regret it another day. It's fine today. Why did this pop up? Okay.
And there wasn't. So I know you said they didn't have any magical weapons, but they just didn't have any magical common items that would be interesting.
Did they have like a bag of holding or something?
I do remember the conversation of the bag of holding.
It's been a repeated conversation at this point.
I know. Honestly, I thought about it, and I'm sitting here like, why do we just assume that a bag of holding is standard? Like, it's an uncommon item, sure, but like, why do we just assume adventurers are going to wind up with a bag of holding? I don't know exactly why. Maybe I just haven't played enough D&D.
It's like the most useful thing in the game.
Yeah.
Sure.
If we'd had a bag of holding, we could have taken back a whole lot of that stuff that we found in the other demi-plane and things.
And what a fun adventure that turned into. You didn't have it. Somebody else got the goods.
But since the Daffy Dukes got it, that means they do have a bag of holding. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to carry that much back. So other adventurers do have it.
They had a cart that worked.
Multiple carts.
They must have had quite a few carts they didn't show us.
3 then, because there's the one for the one pair, the second for the other pair, and then yours that they fixed up enough to be able to get back. I don't know how much that's gonna.
What you're saying is that we should get 300 of that gold. Where are they at?
You're welcome to try. No, that's fine if you wanted to. But you know what? Let's see if they have a singular leftover bag of holding, because I'm sure it's a very popular item among adventurers. And there were quite a few adventurers coming through Hazelford who were bumping prices for escorts. So, who wants to be responsible for this? We're gonna do a high or low.
I'm bad at these. I don't want to do it.
Hi.
Someone. Okay.
Hey.
A singular, looks like it got left over on the rack because it has some spots on it. Bag of holding. I'll give it to y'all.
That is a discount.
Nope.
How much is it?
That's a good question. I didn't look that up. I was hoping this wouldn't come up.
It'd be like 110 gold or so.
If not, Beau can steal it.
Oh, now he wants Beau to steal things for him. I see how it is. Bag
I
of
mean,
holding.
Josh is for Beau stealing things.
That's true.
Snow has not spoken against Beau stealing many things. He steals from a rich company like Walmart. He doesn't care.
Let's see. Estimated value. The sane gold price. Let's just go with what the book says. Between a...
Now I'm looking through random common items, and some of them are kind of interesting.
It
lot
looks
of fun
like,
ones.
depending on the size, it's anywhere between 100 and 500 gold pieces. So, this one is probably, maybe because of the staining, and it's the last on the rack, would be like 125.
Okay,
Gonna pull it together.
I can do that.
125 gold pieces?
She has 115 gold and 32 silver.
We did make bank last night.
Heck yeah.
If it adds up to 125 gold pieces,
Mhm.
sell it to the man. Okay. That's one way to come across a bag of holding. It also has like this little
You
print on it. It's like
suggested
it has these like oak leaves going across, like it's very festive for the season. These fake oak leaves going up the side and towards the handle or towards the strap of it, and it looks like a messenger bag. This one with the like sewn button and the wraparound closure. So you can untie it, unwind it, open it into the gaping abyss of nothingness, and then close with a nice autumn festive feel.
Ste'yn puts it on and like hides it partially under her cloak because it doesn't go with her vibe.
It does not. It might go with Viola's, but you'll get there when you get there. Okay. There are other places in town if you wanted to sell and buy weaponry. You'd be welcome to do that. And then, was there anything else you wanted or needed?
Ste'yn wants to try and remember that dream as they're walking. She's just thinking about it's right there.
Give me an intelligence check.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Best forgotten.
Is it? Is it?
That was a 16?
Okay. It's sitting right at the edge of your mind. Something you question if you would actually want to remember it.
Cool.
Okay. And Viola, you, I believe they told you, Daffy's Dukes, I believe they told you that they kept, or they brought the cart back towards the entrance of the town and that stable. You make your way back up there. Is that also where you told the others to meet you, or are you bringing the cart somewhere else?
She will bring the cart wherever makes the most sense. It depends on how close the cart is to the inn.
It's a decent
I mean,
ways.
In my head, she's like readying it and bringing it outside of the stables. So that's probably where she would have told them, is that she'll be like right outside the stables.
Perfect.
Gonna
Perfect.
make them drag their stuff all that way?
They don't have a lot. They've got those bags and such, but it's not a lot. They were probably traveling light, or a significant amount of their things were stolen when the goblins came through. But yeah, you get to the stable. It's kind of a flurry of activity as people are starting to make their way out, or people are coming in first thing in the morning from their own travels. But you see a young man who is helping a kind of prominent looking figure. He is garbed in this very official looking like cloak and leather armor. And as he's approaching, the young man is bringing up a readied cart, and you see him pulling up this beautiful, handsome, blonde horse to this other person's cart.
Is it Pistachio?
It's Pistachio.
She's gonna start running over.
As you get closer, you hear the young man saying to the other guy, you hear him saying, and my lord, we've got this prepared for you. Small discount even right now. He's a little bit feisty, this one, but he's a good, strong horse, and he's happy to ride with someone who can handle such an attitude on a horse.
Is the dude like also on our cart?
It's not your cart, no.
Okay.
He has his
Viola's-
own. Is
So
another
our cart was damaged, I believe Dolphy referred to it as.
Yeah.
Viola's like running over and like waving her hands and be like, no, that's our horse. Some other adventurers found him and brought him back for us because we had lost him in the woods. That's actually our horse, Pistachio. So he's not for sale.
I'm sorry, milady. This horse was in our stable.
Yeah, because some other people put it there because they didn't know who they belonged to. But we met those other people and they told them where they found him and described him to us. And I came back and I was like, oh, yeah, that's Pistachio. That's actually our horse. So it's okay that you're sorry. I just came to get him ready. So I will go ahead and get him ready. He's not for sale. And she's going to move to like take over the reins and start to like take Pistachio to get him ready.
But, milady, do you have proof this is your horse? It was in our stable and he was injured even.
Okay, what kind of proof am I supposed to have that a horse is mine? It's not like they have identification cards, at least to my knowledge, first off. Second off, I just told you that we lost him. Look, he loves me, and Viola will go.
Oh no!
No, don't
No.
say that.
Give me an animal handling
I mean,
check,
to be
please.
honest, this sounds like something any
Use your
thief would
inspiration.
say. Oh, we lost this horse. It's ours.
It's totally our horse.
That's
Use
a
your
9.
Oh no!
Oh, inspiration! I forgot I had inspiration! Can I use my inspiration still?
I'll allow it this one time.
Hey, that's a dirty 20.
Finally.
Oh, wait, actually, it's a 21. I forgot.
Weird. Why is it so much better now? No, he looks at you as you're like explaining, and he kind of looks back at the horse. And Pistachio looks towards you, Viola, and gives this hot like grunt from his mouth with like a right towards your face, and there's like a little bit of horse spit on your cheek now. And the young man looks between the horse and you, and he says, wow, I honestly thought that he would just simply kick and knock you to the ground. He's been very temperamental. To which the rich or prominent looking gentleman looks at the young man as he was about to try and give him a temperamental horse. And he says, no, only for those who can't handle it, of course. Sure, I have an even better horse for you than even this one. And this one's injured all the same, so I can do better than that. And he scurries back to get another horse prepared. But Pistachio is with you now.
Perfect. Viola will give a little wave to the gentleman and say, good luck with whatever horse you get that's potentially more temperamental than this one. And she'll start to walk back towards the stables with Pistachio to get him ready and then ready the cart. And while they're walking around, she's just kind of talking to Pistachio and telling him about all the fun he missed out on last night.
Pistachio seems to have only cared in that one moment of cool, and he's back to being very cold to you.
I figured as much. Don't
Um,
worry, Pistachio. I'll get Buttercup back eventually, and we can part ways.
This little chapter of our lives will be over.
give me a dexterity check.
Oh no.
Pistachio just runs down the street.
Gives her a kick.
16.
Okay. You just miss as Pistachio kind of turns a bit and tries to like swat you with his tail. But you kind of already know he's temperamental, and so you're kind of like, nope, Pistachio, and then keep guiding him. But you are given assistance with readying your cart and horse. Were you trying to prepare more than one?
I mean, if there's another one up for grabs, she might try and
Not
take
up
it.
for not up for grabs, but you can
Well,
always
it's not
buy
like she can buy
another
anything
cart.
else. So
No, you get your cart. You start to pull out your cart, and another stable hand, or a coach hand, sees you heading towards that cart, and he explains to you that one is somewhat broken. They have better carts that you could purchase.
yeah, I was there when it broke. How much is this cart I can purchase gonna be? What, and like, to sweeten the deal, I'll let you guys keep the broken cart.
He kind of thinks about it in his head, and he says, "Well, normally we'd probably run you 20 gold for a new cart. But if you wanted to essentially sell the damaged goods back to us, I suppose we could knock it down to 14.
What about 7? And take it on good faith that if I ever see you again, I'll give you the other 7.
I'm afraid not, ma'am.
Oh, come on. What if I give you 7 now so that I can start readying the cart, and whenever my friends show up, I'm sure between the other 3 of us, and actually, you know what? A couple of people in our party just came into quite a bit of gold last night. They will be more than happy to pay for it when they get here in a bit. So is it okay if I give you the 7 now, and then they'll pay the rest of it when they get here?
Quite a bit, huh?
More than I have, so yeah.
Sure. Sure, you can start readying it for the 7 now, and we'll take the rest to add up to 17 later.
No. You just told me 14.
I mean, did you want to buy the cart?
I mean, do you want to get a black eye?
Please roll intimidation for me.
I maybe I miscaught. Is this cart bigger? Like, what's the appeal of this cart?
Hopefully it is.
You didn't even ask me.
It's like 2 feet longer, could hold a couple more people.
That's an 18.
Let's just see about that 18, shall we? Okay. Your sudden tone kind of makes him like jar back a little bit. And then he's like, I said 14. What you talking about?
Thank you. I don't take well to people going back on their word. And
I don't take well to not
will-
getting paid. So 7 gold, please. And you can start preparing the cart.
Yeah, she'll give him the 7 gold.
Okay, and he just keeps his eye on you as he pockets it. As someone else, he and someone start like preparing the wagon for you. But like he doesn't let you out of his sight. Like he's afraid you're gonna run off and not pay him. She's preparing the wagon. Ste'yn and Beau, you guys handle your things. You're heading back to the Stout Watchman. And
Yep.
Snow, back at the Stout Watchman, you had begun drawing, and it kind of gives you a similar vibe to when you were playing music beside Vav, and she just played so beautifully, and it kind of threw you a little, and you had you couldn't quite keep up with that. This one you're not trying to draw well. You just start drawing. You start drawing, and what were you drawing?
He was just trying to draw just like a landscape of like a meadow, and there's mountains in the back, and then there's some like ducks walking along. But the entire time he's doing that, because he knows he isn't that good at drawing, he never was, and he never tried to be. So during all of that, he's just going on about how good Vivia is in comparison to him.
So Vivia was sewing. Glia was drawing.
Yeah, but she showed him
just
before
the picture. That's right.
Her picture. So while she's sewing, he's just like, "Wow, I cannot believe that you drew that still. I mean, look at mine. This is terrible.
And
You
she
are basically making masterpieces over here."
And she kind of like laughs a little bit, and she keeps sewing, and she says, well, I learned everything I know from Glia, so if you wanted to take lessons with her, I'm sure you could give her, or I'm sure she could give you some lessons, and then you'd be really good at it too. Because I can still see, and she points out the mountains that kind of look like just little triangles with some white. And she's like, I can see that those are houses, and they're really, really good houses. And they look like they're
Thank
covered
you
in like
so much.
snow. Yeah. And she's like pointing out different things, and like she sees the ducks, and she's like, I love that you put this little row of like suns just like on the ground. I think that's really smart, because then it's shiny on the ground too, instead of the sun being all the way up, and we have it right here. And you can hear, as she says that, you hear a little laugh. You hear Glia like trying to cover up a laugh as she keeps drawing. And when you look at her drawing, she was using the coal, and you see that she had begun sketching a very realistic face on this page. It is it looks like a man's face.
Beau have
but
an
you don't
admirer.
recognize who. Huh? Yeah, it's totally Beau's face. Actually, you
Pens
know
and
what?
everything.
You know what? It is Beau's face, in fact, all from memory,
Oh.
and it's incredibly realistic. But there's the only part that seems exaggerated is his mouth, as it looks like he's got his mouth like in this like a snarl, and every one of his teeth look like they are like shark teeth. They're all these sharp, jagged, but realistic looking. You can almost see the glistening of like spit on each tooth as she sketches his face.
If she has some red, she can make his eyes.
You know, Snow, give me a perception check.
13.
Yeah, maybe it was a mistake. You're not sure. Maybe just artistic license. But one of the eyes just has this little marking, this little dot of like red around the iris. But otherwise, it's a spitting image of Beau. He's just real mad looking.
That's how I always see him.
I'm so sorry, she says. But luckily you have so much sunshine to keep you safe and happy. She kind of points towards your picture.
It's true. I do like everything being a little more sparkly, and minor illusion, just all around them. There's just this glistening little sparkles of glitter all around them.
Impressive.
Not as impressive as your portrait. Where did you learn to draw?
Nowhere really. Just picked it up. Gave me something to do.
Impressive. Have
Thank
you
you.
ever sold any?
No. I never really thought to. It's not that
Probably
good.
make some money doing that. Oh, don't sell yourself short. People will definitely pay for that.
I mean, and she holds it up, and it is very good. I don't even know what I would sell it for and who would buy it. It's not actually that good. But thank you.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to set up on the side of the road. You're going to have all of your stuff out, ready to go. And you are going to draw people who walk up to you, and they will pay quite a bit for their own portrait. People love to look at themselves. It's crazy. They will pay you quite a bit for that. And I saw how fast you did that. That's amazing. Trust me, you could make quite a bit.
She just kind of scratches her head and leaves a trail of charcoal on her forehead. Well, I mean, at this point, well, maybe I'll consider it when we get back to Cadence. Here.
You have to lose.
Well, let me start. Let me actually practice then. And she kind of like squares you up and looks you over. Not the best canvas to start with, but I guess it'll do. And then she starts a new sketch. And she asks you as she starts sketching, she says, so where did you guys come from?
Well, we came up from Gratimino. We had an assignment given to us to come up here and deal with all the shipping problems that's been going on. Solved that, so now we're heading back.
You solved it?
Yes.
That's
All by
not what...
myself.
Oh, that's why you walked away with
not...
900 gold.
Wasn't quite that much, but it's taken care of. Little help can go a long way.
But it didn't look like they thought you helped very much.
People think all sorts of things. A lot of times the help that you need the most, you are completely ignorant of.
Then how would you get it?
Well, first you have to understand that you need help, which takes thinking about your own thoughts, which people don't like to do, myself included.
So you haven't taken the time to think about what you need help with?
Of course not. I don't need any.
That's right.
He grins.
That's right. That's right. Well, the only help I think we need is just the transportation. That's all we need. We're not dumb, we're not poor, we're not incapable. We just had our stuff taken and our wagon trashed, that's all. But otherwise, I think we're good.
Well, we will be very happy to get you all home.
Perfect. Maybe I'll have this finished by the time we get there. She kind of looks back at you again. That's a much better pose. She crumbles it up, crumbles the old one, grabs a new page, starts again. As this continues, and as Vivia is still doing her sewing, she kind of gets bored at a point. Like, the button is easy enough to sew on, and then she gets bored and she starts ribbon dancing again. Until Beau and Ste'yn return. You guys come back, and everyone, they do tell you that they are ready to go whenever you are.
Well, if we're all there, then...
Let's make
Well,
our way to the
Viola
stables.
together. Okay.
Does Beau see the picture that she drew?
Let's see. She only threw out she only crumpled up the first starting one. Yeah, there's this like slowly building pile of like simple drawings that she set Snow's portrait aside for a time and then was kind of showing him some of the ins and outs of what she does to do some basic shapes and shadow and things like that. And then you can see as she's cleaning up, there is one It's on top for a moment. You can see it pretty clearly before she puts another one on top and another, and then takes that stack and puts it in her bag.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yes. Just continues staring at her a little bit.
You caught his likeness quite well.
I thought so. And she responds to Ste'yn
And
while
from
still
memory.
looking at you.
Yes, the fine details. And then he's gonna go and collect his vest.
Mhm. She looks back at Snow. What is wrong with him?
He's just grumpy. He's harmless.
That's what coffee is for.
Well,
And
I
she
don't
like
think
goes to
we've
get her
tried
stuff. But once everyone is prepared, they've got their things gathered and make their way down to the stable with you. And you guys find Viola and a larger cart that seems like it would more comfortably handle 10 of you. But your cart probably was only meant to handle just the ones who are here. So you might be a little of squeeze. But you guys will just be kind of sitting arm in arm a little bit. Sorry, Beau. Unless you want to ride the horse.
I don't think anyone would be happy with that.
Well,
As they
Or
start
you could just walk
walking,
beside.
as they start walking towards us, Viola's going to look at Luca and Glia, and she's gonna say, "Hey, so all that money that you guys won last night, I'm gonna have to ask you to give this guy 7 to help pay for this cart because our other one was broken. And if you could give me 7 as well, I would really appreciate it. But if you don't, I understand. But I'm really gonna need you to give this guy 7."
7 gold? Yeah. And as she starts to say that, her father kind of puts a hand on hers, and he immediately walks over to the stable hand and hands him some amount of money. There's a brief back and forth, and then he returns. He says, "Everything's all handled. Perfect. Thank you again for doing this for us."
Of course. Just be very kind to this gentleman, and then she'll start to get into the cart to get ready to go.
Okay.
All aboard.
Let's go. We
And
all get
Vivian-
in the cart.
Yep. And Vivia spins her ribbon.
Discord has cut off everything you just said.
Dang it.
You can see your beautiful
We're
expression.
going home! Yay! I think it's the pop filter. I really do. This wasn't happening before. But anyway. Yeah. And by this point, it's probably closer to it's probably closer to late morning. If you were going back and forth to the Walmart and going to sell things and having breakfast and all of that. So the sun is getting pretty high as you guys start to make your way out of the town of Hazelford that you finally got to visit again with a group with you this time round. And let's use this opportunity to take a quick break, shall we? Sound like a plan?
It's a plan, Sam.
It's a plan. Break time. Pow! And we're back. Hi guys, welcome back. Thank you for waiting on that little break with us. We will dive right back in. So where we left off after finishing up all of the excitement in Hazelford, handling what business that came to mind to prepare, you guys begin this cart ride back out of the town, starting late morning. You know that you have about 2.5 days to go on this trip. But you begin now with a few additions to this group. So, you guys start traveling. Were there things in particular you wanted to do while you were traveling?
Yes.
Snow, what you got?
Snow first is going to identify the 2 healing potions that we got, because he said that he would.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
forgot
that's right.
about that.
Oh, actually, before
Yeah.
we even continue all that, Snow and Beau, can you make me charisma saving throws, please?
Okay, I put the other die away because it gave me a 1. So,
That's
all right.
probably wise.
24.
Wait, what was it again?
Charisma saving throw.
17.
Hey! Similar effect to last time. Welcome to the cart. Oh, Beau's gonna have such a day. So you were identifying Snow?
Identifying the 2 healing potions that we got from, who was that who gave it to us?
Daffy.
That was Daffy, right?
Coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because he said that he would, he's going to identify them and make sure that they are, in fact, healing potions.
2
just the
standard
basic
healing
healing
potions.
potions.
You got it. That's what you find.
Sweet. And then he's also going to take out the sending stone. It's time for the daily check-in.
Let's go!
Dio Sending Stone.
I'm gonna write a book called Dear Sending Stone. It's kind of like Are You There, God? It's Margaret.
Instead of a story about 2 pen pals, it's just about somebody using a sending stone with no response.
Oh my god. It's like the time traveler's wife.
So he takes out the stone, and he says to Vivia first,
Oh.
he says, "This is a magical stone. It allows you to talk to someone anywhere in the world. But here's the fun part. We don't know who has the other stone. It could be anyone. What do you think I should say?
Anyone in the whole world?
Anyone in the whole world.
Wait, do we know
What should we
where
tell
they
them?
are?
We don't know. It could be anywhere."
Oh, okay. Can we tell them that that I'm Vivia and that's my brother Luca and my sister Glia and my little sister Rosie and my mom and my dad, and then 4 adventurers are here. And we are on an adventure after we killed goblins.
Hello, this is Snow once again checking in. I am here with the marvelous Vivia, all of her wonderful family, and the rest of our companions. We have just slayed so many goblins. We are feeling pretty powerful. I hope you are having a fantastic day.
But just
And-
what's
Technically, I don't think y'all hear a sending spell unless the stone is different than
Oh,
the
I thought
spell
it says
sending.
out loud.
But for the sake of Vivia, he is going to say all of it out loud anyway.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. And she's
Because
just
she has
like
to know.
she's just like biting her fingernail. She's like so excited.
Wherever you are, hope you have a fantastic day. This is Snow, and he holds it out to Vivia to say her name.
And Vivia.
Signing off for the day.
What did they say back?
He listens for a moment. Is there a reply?
Your call did not go through.
There's no reply.
Please
This
leave a
number has been
message.
disconnected.
And do
Please
not
hang up and
dial
try again. The stone bursts into flames.
Womp womp.
I was actually thinking of Charlie Brown when I said that.
Oh, I went straight demonic possession, apparently. Whoops.
We don't need more of that.
It was between Lucy and Schroeder.
Or do we?
I assume there's no reply.
There is no reply. Sorry, is my
it seems
thing
to-
cutting out?
What?
You're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Apparently, it was a man named Samson, and he said thank you for the update. And if he ever needs anyone to take on like a mountain troll or something, then he knows who are the strongest adventurers to come ask.
That's it. Wait, I just got it, Snow. Wait. I know what you should call yourselves.
What?
You should call yourselves Vivia's Adventurers. It even, like, sounds cool. Vivia's Adventurers. It sounds so cool.
Does that mean you're hiring us or paying us?
It means she's our
Yes.
patron, a patroness.
Yeah, patronesses.
What does that do?
Pay the people.
I can do that. I can pay you. And she goes into her, she's looking around and she finds her little pouch again. And she starts reaching in. And she holds her hand out. And it looks like 4 copper pieces. Give me a perception check.
Well, Beau is sitting, because I imagine, so does the cart have like an open back to it? Or is it like a hatch type thing? Like you move up the back and then click it?
I think for this one, the back would probably be secured. So like it could also be potentially like no, like yeah. There'd be like a back and you'd be sitting on either side. And then there'd be the front where a rider would be.
So he was just gonna sit on that thing, facing the back, so he's not watching everybody.
Facing the back.
So yeah, so
Facing
he's like
behind you.
facing. Yeah, so it's like one of those really old '90s cars where it had like the 2 seats in the trunk that you would face like.
He just has
Okay.
his back to us as we
Yeah.
ride.
Okay, got it. Then he doesn't see that she pulls out actual money. Give me a perception check, everyone except Beau, apparently.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming Viola's
I got a
driving,
dirty
so
20.
Oh yeah, she probably has her back to people
I was
too.
right.
Dirty 20.
Fair enough.
With
So you
disadvantage.
actually
Wow.
nice. Wow. So you see, wow.
Wow.
You see. Stop.
What is it?
I can't.
Do you see what I see?
I'm about to
I
go
don't.
spam like the cat. Emote, my favorite emote. Spam. So what you see is actually 2 copper pieces and then 2 more darkened buttons. But she holds them out thinking it's 4 copper pieces that she found in her bag. I can pay.
Oh, that is far too much. So, I'm going to give you a little tip. So, adventurers, usually for our missions, it depends on what we're fighting, of course. But honestly, half of that would be enough. And he just takes the 2 buttons and he hands one of them to Ste'yn.
Beau's gonna like have a very sour face. He's gonna turn around and see how much she actually has.
In her hand now is 2 copper pieces.
He just has a look of complete disbelief and disgust, staring.
So does that mean I'm your patroness now?
It does.
How about
So,
mascot?
Now we have to do whatever you
Wait.
need us to do.
What's the
When
difference
Viola
between a
hears
patron and a
that-
mascot?
Mascots don't pay us.
When Viola hears
she
that,
already
she's
paid
gonna
us,
say, "I
so-
thought Butterscotch or Buttercup was our mascot."
Oh, you already have a mascot, so I can be your patroness.
That's true. And this is more than enough. And he will put the button not with his money, but in his vest pocket, where he keeps only the important thing.
Ste'yn slides hers under her glove to be by her holy symbol.
Aw.
Beau's going to conjure up his die, and he's going to address Ste'yn, Snow, Viola. Can I have a word?
Sure, go
Roll right
ahead.
Okay, well, he's not trying to have it with everybody, so he's gonna create a mind link with all three of us, because he could do that now.
Vivia is talking about the different kinds of adventures that she's going to go on. She's going to ask you guys to go on, and she promises that like she's going to be there with you guys, and she's going to use her ribbon to like trap them while you guys beat up the bad guys. And she has a whole spiel while Beau is talking to you.
So
That's
he got
so
a
cute.
4, so we have a mind link for 4 hours. And then to each person, like one by one, so I blacked out again. What happened between, I think food showed up maybe, and then we were leaving. And by leaving, I mean we were on the road.
You don't remember going to the store?
We went to the store?
You went to Walmart
Well,
without me.
You and Stan did.
Huh. What do we get?
You got
I
some
don't know. Y'all haven't
components.
said.
Okay, good. I
Some
did
of your
get that.
spells. Yes. You also sold your old armor and the bow. You don't need a short bow anymore. You already have the short bow. And
Inspiration.
you
You can't make the joke a third time, though.
No, I know the rules of comedy. Okay, you gotta wait. You gotta wait a long time before you drop it again. So, but
As
yes,
much
so sure.
as I don't care for them staying, do you know if there's any kind of temple in whatever this place we're going to?
Cadence, I doubt it, given how not fond of the gods many people are. It's unusual. Razia Minot is distinct in the size and the scope of the temple that it has. I haven't even seen something like that before in Zaylee or in Forwatch or Drenfeld. We're not likely to find much in the way of temples and clerics other than free-range acolytes. Until
Could
we
this
get
be
back
like
to
a
Razia Minot.
hex or something?
I don't know. I can try to see if I can recall anything like this. And Ste'yn's going to try and see if she can recall anything about memory loss things in magic.
Just in general.
Particularly the sort of blacking out sessions that he's having. Like, is this something she's maybe heard about before in her travels or encountered before or anything like that?
Okay. You can roll, and if it's just about the magic itself and something like that, you can roll an Arcana check.
So I asked y'all to buy something cool. Did you find anything cool?
Let
That is
me
a whopping
ask.
7.
Ste'yn, did we find anything cool for Snow?
Oh, we got a bag of holding.
We did. Snow, we got a bag of holding.
Yes! Excellent.
With a whopping 7, there you know that
know
there
all
is
about it.
magic that can modify one's memory. It doesn't how it might work with no one around casting it and what that range might be doesn't seem to the DM hopes because she didn't actually look at that doesn't seem to add up to what this might be in particular, but spells that involve if that were your lead, you know, spells that involve memory, you know, even that doesn't seem to add quite up. I'd say you get that with a 7.
Okay.
Do any of you know if I read this goblin note yet? It's gonna say that. To
I
you.
can read it if you can't read it.
What?
We have a
Since
goblin
when?
Since, I don't know. I've been spending more time outside and I've picked up a few things.
Well, if you can read it, I'll take it. No, does this cart have like a top to it, like a bonnet or whatever they call it? Okay, because I was just gonna have him walk on the corners of it, but guess not. Oh, he'll walk in between everyone, and then so is the. Is that like a cart where it's just like a one seat in the front, or is it actually wide for like the steering part?
It's like a bench.
Oh, it's more like a bench.
Oh, so it's
It's
he's just
fairly
gonna
wide.
go up to the bench area then. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so I would say that up front would probably, I feel like either mom or dad might have been sitting up front, just so, like Viola wasn't sitting by herself. Like I'll say dad might have been up front, Sebastian, to accompany
But
Viola.
never mind, he'll go back to his seat when she's done with the note.
He could move if you'd like to ask him to move or something. He's not steering. He's just sitting there. Just
No.
friendly old man conversation.
He's just
Friendly
gonna
old man.
it's gonna pass Viola the note.
Okay.
Viola will take it and read it.
So, Viola, you understand and can speak Goblin Cat?
Yeah, that's a language that she understands now.
What a fun surprise!
I woke
that
up
we
like
didn't know
this.
that.
Just woke up with 2 new languages.
So, what the note says in its terrible, terrible penmanship, as goblins are not known for their great penmanship, it says, Muckfingy gotta tell Lord Slimebin. Can't sleep good 'cause of new pets. Growl loud. Ain't like Meanie Bear, but gobbies laugh at Muckfingy. Muckfingy ain't scared. No one sleep good.
Viola reiterates that to Beau through the mind link and adds.
Well, he's standing next to her now, but I guess she could still do that if we don't want to.
I don't
Yeah.
know if she wants
Yeah,
to
but,
read
like,
it
why
out
say
loud
all
next
that out
to
loud?
Sebastian.
Yeah.
So he doesn't think that she's lost it.
Yeah, he
He's
just.
looking over. It's like, oh, what's all that?
Are you sure you understand it? Maybe nature didn't really give you the gift you thought it did.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't mean much to me. Maybe it's just not very smart. Maybe it's code.
Not very
I don't
smart.
know.
Both of you give me an investigation check.
Ooh,
13.
investigation. That is a 23.
Okay. Between the two of you, you put your minds together. Beau, you kind of lean more into it. But you recall where you found this note? You found it in the barracks, the goblin barracks. And the way that they describe, right, the way that they describe what's there, like, meanie bears, right? You might think of, like, the bugbears or something. But whatever this goblin muckfingy is talking about is meaner than the bugbears that were there.
Oh, I was assuming it was just the gnolls. Because they were talking a lot.
Yeah,
making
you
noise.
can definitely assume they were talking about. But what you, Beau, put together is that where you found it, which was that right barrack, the lower barracks, the fact that he's saying, it growls loud, right? I can't sleep. Indicates that potentially there was another fake wall near that you guys walked past and did not hear a second gnoll that was in there waiting to kill somebody.
So I waited all this time for that. Can I have the note back?
Viola will hand it back to him. Also,
He just rips
just
it up
to-
and throws it off to the side.
You okay there? Oh, never mind. Never mind. And Sebastian
don't-
minds his own business.
No,
Don't
I'm
ever
doing
question
fine.
anything he does. In the mind link, Viola will ask Beau if he remembers her telling him about the dream that she had, because she can't remember if it was before breakfast or after breakfast or.
I'm sure you have plenty of dreams.
He does not remember.
Or was
Okay.
this like a specific one? Like you actually dreamt it? Or are you just talking about like you want to have a house?
No. Beau, do you remember the dream that I discussed this morning? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, and so then she'll reiterate about the seeing the man and all of that, and she'll also tell Beau that she thinks that the man in the dream was maybe Amos, and how since he deals in weapons, it could have something to do with that, and maybe he's linked to the dark in some way, providing weaponry for them. I don't know.
We should try and get that gun. It could be useful.
You know, it's
You hear
funny
it on
you should say
repeat.
that. If anything, you are consistent, Beau.
Oh, I'm guessing I said that before then.
Maybe something along those lines.
Well, better us have it than them, it sounds. Probably.
Yep, you're right. When you're right, Beau.
Alright, I'm gonna find myself a familiar for the next hour.
Does that mean we're gonna have a pet?
It means I'll have a pet.
Can I pet it?
Sure.
Yes. And Viola does visibly like.
So you guys, we'll kind of almost montage the days too. We'll give you like whatever significant thing you want to do that day. So you guys travel. It's a relatively easy day. The first day goes by. So you guys have discussed the note. You've discussed Beau losing his memory again.
Beau makes a familiar
And-
bat.
Beau makes a bat. How long does the familiar
Viola
last?
does
It's an hour
not
long?
want to pet it.
No, so the ritual is an hour, but the
Mhm.
familiar lasts until it gets killed. Or unless he
Oh.
like ditches
Or
the ritual.
dispelled or something.
Yeah.
You just have
'Cause
a
you could-
pet bat.
Yeah, you could pocket dimension it into places.
Mhm.
Okay, you have a pet bat now. Cool. And you guys make by the end of the day, you find a good spot. You can make camp, and keep watch. You guys have a watch order.
Well, Beau's going
Two
to.
things.
Oh,
Oh, mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say what he's gonna do. He's gonna do alarm for the camp.
Well, Snow provides the camp and as a tiny hut,
Oh, you picked that.
which can hold up to 9 of the 10 of us.
Beau will off to sleep outside.
So you can do alarm around the hut and wherever you're sleeping, and we'll be pretty well protected.
Yeah, and the alarm, he rings his bell and like with a string, and then little spiders come out of his bell that are black, and they set up these strings within the radius that the alarm does, and then the strings go invisible. So that's how the alarm gets triggered, is basically going through these webs.
Vivia was watching the whole time that you made that happen, and she thought it was the coolest thing to watch those spiders like crawl around. So how does the alarm work? Is it anyone who comes into
So
the space that is
alarm-
unwelcome?
So it is, I'll read it. You set an alarm against unwanted intrusion. Choose a door, a window, or an area within the range that is no larger than a 20-foot cube. Until the spell ends, an alarm alerts you whenever a tiny or large creature touches or enters the warded area. When you cast the spell, you can designate creatures that won't set off the alarm. You can also choose whether the alarm is mental or audible. He'll opt for mental. A mental alarm alerts you with a ping in your mind if you are within 1 mile of the warded area. This ping awakens you if you are sleeping. An auto alarm produces a sound of a handbell for 10 seconds within 60 feet.
You all know that sound anyway. You'll just think it's Beau being Beau.
Well, that's why I was opting for the mind one, because it also wakes you up.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Vivia was watching, and she's like, my adventurers are the coolest adventurers. And she's just like squinting, trying to see where it went. Can you show me how you did that?
Well,
I'll show you another button.
Well, didn't you see? It took me 10 minutes.
But like, can I
He
do
can show
it?
you again tomorrow when we make camp again. And maybe that time he can give you some tips so that you can one day do it yourself.
Okay. It's gonna be so cool. I want to see the little spiders that are just like, and they just crawl up the web. It's gonna be so cool.
Yeah, you could practice the words for now. Which the words were it's like elk do fu la huff sky sky.
Elk poo in the sky.
Close enough for now.
Sounds right to me.
Nailed it. And you guys settle into your evening. And are you
Does
still doing
Ste'yn
watch, or
keep
you're leaving the
the
alarm
bag of
to be?
holding?
Mm-hmm. What was
Just stay
that?
and keep the bag of holding.
She'll show it to the group and basically ask who wants to carry it. She doesn't mind carrying it, but she's not attached to it.
It's not her vibe.
She'll offer it to Snow. You wanted this.
Thank you very much. I did indeed. I hope it wasn't too expensive.
Not at all.
Wonderful.
Okay.
He is going to put inside the bag of holding the water skin of blood, the ruby, because he figures it's better for that to be in a different dimension.
Let's hope that helps.
Sorry, people in the other dimension.
There's no one in the other dimension. It's a pocket dimension. It's not
The
another-
familiar
not
is
another
floating
plane.
around in
Till freaking
Not how
arms
the
of
bag works.
Yeah, I know.
Hagar show up.
Not how the bag works. He's also going to put in the 2 poisons that he has, as well as the 2 books that he has, and 2 of the potions of healing.
Okay. Sounds good. Is anyone else putting anything inside of the bag of holding?
Ste'yn had put 2 50-foot lengths of rope in there.
Good old rope.
So I'll take those out of my inventory and you can add them to the bag of holding in yours.
Okay. Anything else?
All right. 2 50-foot. Is that the hempen
Hempen
rope.
or?
Yep, just the standard rope.
Okay. Hempen.
Good old hempen rope.
Oh, the pot of awakening will go in there too.
Probably wise. Okay. And y'all can think about what it is you
Yeah.
add in there. Excellent.
Beau, once everyone goes into the tent, is gonna sneak on off to go hunting.
Okay. Are you guys relying on the tent for instead of a watch?
I think we'd still
Not the tent,
do a
the alarm
watch.
rather.
Well, it's tiny hut. Nothing can come through it.
Yeah. The only person that's in
Including
danger
spells.
is really Beau.
How big is the hut again?
It is big enough for the 9 people. It is
So
a,
space-wise, I
uh,
think it doesn't take up that much.
10.
Like, space, but inside it's like expanding, kind of like those tents in Harry Potter. If you remember
Okay.
No,
from
it's not bigger on the inside. It is
Oh, really?
specifically
There's
10-foot radius, so 20-foot diameter, immobile dome of force.
Okay.
The spell ends if I leave the area, the caster. 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside with me.
So wait, 9
Creatures and
with
objects
you.
within. Yes.
So 10.
Oh, so that's still 10 total.
Beau is not going to sleep in there with all those people.
I know, but it's 9 with you, so it's 10. We think. We are interpreting.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
I'm down for
Works
it.
for me.
Yeah, right.
Creatures and objects within the dome, when you cast a spell, can move through it freely. All other creatures and objects are barred from passing through it. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. The atmosphere inside is comfortable and dry, regardless of the weather outside. Until the spell ends, you can command the interior to become dimly lit or dark, which he will when we all go to sleep. The dome is opaque from the outside of any color I choose. I will make it look like the grass that it is on, whatever the surrounding is. He will make it the same color so it blends in. And it is transparent from the inside.
Oh, Vivia loves that. And the parents are ready to go to bed fairly early. You guys can have your meal time, and then they are pretty ready to sleep whenever you guys do. Vivia tends to stay up late. She'll be sewing or drawing or whatever it is, and alternating, it seems like Luca or Glia stay up with her. Just alternating on these nights. There's only 2, so first night Glia stays up with her. Tomorrow night Luca will stay up with her. Beau, give me a survival check real quick.
All right. Ooh, this could be bad. So right now it's a 6, but could be
And then
7.
Beau, come on, Beau,
Well,
get it together.
It's a long night.
I know. Okay. I mean, I'm doing like a general, like an overall, like how we did tonight. Yeah, it's not impossible to find something, but it's just not gonna be. You didn't find the fatty squirrels who are prepping for the winter. You found the lavish squirrels who don't think they have to. But it's not gonna be a good catch. It's less than ideal.
Same.
And then finally morning comes. You guys drop the camp and your spells and make your way. Beau, can you make me a charisma saving throw?
Excuse me?
Yes. Shall I repeat it?
Did I stutter?
Oh my
Did I
gosh,
stutter?
I got 8. Did you not hear me?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard you. No, I was
Okay.
thinking about it for a second, trying to remember what my DC was, and I was like, oh yeah. Okay. All right. You guys sit out. It's a little cloudier today, but you do know, actually, I forgot, Cadence is actually only 2 days away, not 3. Grazie Minot is 2.5-ish days away, but you should be at Cadence by probably, if you just push it, you could probably be there at nightfall, like at this night. To which Vivia has this realization and is very excited because they're going to be home in hours. They'll be home again. And she starts going on and on about all of the things that are waiting. She says that she's really hoping that even if it's not as many people, they're still getting ready for the Harvest Lambs Festival. She's hoping that troops will come through and perform. She's hoping merchants will come through and sell toys and things like that she's gotten before. And she's overall very excited about it. Is there anything in particular anyone wants to do today? I'll give you all like one thing if there's something you want to do in particular.
Ste'yn is still trying to recall that dream because she thinks it's probably connected to the circle of blood, and she would like to know what the heck was up with that.
Give me an intelligence check.
Did we get a long rest that night?
You did! You're not exhausted anymore. She'll do much better now. Natural one.
That
I'm
is
not
a
curse it.
23.
23.
Yeah.
Ste'yn, as you guys are... Let me get to you in a moment. Is there anything else anyone wants to do? Just want to be sure.
Be attacked.
Don't feel like it's super duper final. I'm just curious.
Be attacked.
I mean,
Before
I
I
would
go
like to
into
say
a
we
whole
defend this
tirade.
family to do something. Otherwise, this is such a boring escort job.
This is going to be... I mean, it feels
Hey,
like it's a pretty
that's
boring
fine.
escort job.
We're fine with that.
Snow
It's okay.
does want to start reading that journal. The one that was from the doctor.
Lovely. Give me an
just gonna-
investigation check. If you're going to look
Okay.
deeper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a pretty fast reader. He will just start reading the entire thing from cover to cover. Not all in
Sure.
one day, but just like, a little bit the first night, a little bit the next night.
So as of
Continuing on.
yesterday, you were reading.
Yeah.
Correct.
And Beau's been reading the
Throughout
book that he
the
got,
trip.
the biography that he has throughout, like, the times.
Oh, the one he attempted to salvage.
Yeah. I mean, you just got
Okay.
that salvaged.
Okay.
Investigation, you said?
Yes.
16.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, so there are, as you start to read it, there are a fair number of entries in here. It's not like it's a decently sized journal, and there are a lot of entries, but it almost seems like it's in, that like scientific type of terminology. So not all the words kind of click as to what exactly they mean. But with a 16, you get the gist of what you're reading through. You're reading through entries, cold and calculated, that involves experimentation. And the people and creatures that are being experimented on certainly don't seem like volunteers. It's broken down into a number of steps. You realize as you look through entries and take notation, each one, every new entry has a similar template. So it seems that first, the step is to note immediate reactions to something that, whatever that chicken scratch is, the way it's described, it gives you this really awful feeling, something dark. So first it's noting immediate reactions. And then the next step is separating into either Group A or Group B. Group A seems to be a more natural progression of these experiments, kind of just letting them sit amongst wherever they are and just naturally sort of, a word that pops up is adapt to the environment. And this environment is clearly toxic, whatever it is. Group B, and you kind of get this chill as you see the words accelerate decay. It seems to be simulating whatever Group A is, but quicker. The third step appears to be test the resilience of these subjects. How well are they faring? How well are they standing up to this environment? And then the last thing, and this sends this chill down your spine, as it seems to explain the last step is to destroy the failures that simply didn't die on their own. So I'd say on your first day, you'd be able to pick that up, going through the journal. Just this kind of a template of what this doctor was doing. I'll have you roll again for the second day of reading through it. While you do that, Ste'yn, what was that roll again?
23.
Okay. You, as the card is moving forward and you kind of start, you have that nagging feeling, like if you just focus, you can remember what's going on. You can remember this dream. You kind of close your eyes and you concentrate and you open your eyes again. You're not in the cart. You're not on this road. You are on a different cart, a different wagon. This one is bigger. It almost looks familiar for a moment, as you see an overhang. This kind of, the tarp is reaching out over the bench, and you are sitting up front on this bench. And behind you and around you, you kind of see some broken items, some kind of jostled items. And on the ground in front of you too, this wagon is stopped. It's not moving. There's no rider. It looks like it was attacked at some point and you're just kind of sitting in the wreckage of it. You're looking up at the stars, kind of just waiting, sitting. And you know you're going to be moving soon enough. You and the person with you. And then you hear that person speak. You made up your mind then? Your mouth opens to respond. I suppose I have. Crying shame, too. I'd have been stronger than even Crag Patron. Matron ain't pleased. She said, whatever needs to be done, do it. I would have, too. You hear this kind of sharp laugh. Till Dolma clubbed sense into you. And you feel yourself answer again. Yeah. Well, I got a new language out of it. I hardly did anything at all. Moved a stone, told a ghoulish thing it looked pretty. Besides, what girl doesn't want to hear she looks pretty? And I got an upgrade, too. And you see yourself holding up a sword. You hold it up, and you can see it against the sky now and against your surroundings. These dark clearing, or a clearing with some trees a little further away. These trees look kind of old and dead and broken. And as you're holding the sword out now, it becomes very clear. You hadn't been paying attention, but it becomes clear now that the air around you is very misty, foggy, but it's this weird kind of black mist. And the sword is shining against it. And as you look, you now realize you hear the sound of something hissing, bidding, coming closer to you. And you can see these little dots that as they get closer, you now see they're just these small monsters that almost look like slimy, muscly, chicken-like things with their tails are these strange muscles that split in two and kind of slap together in this a disgusting noise. And you're entirely surrounded by these things. But they're small, and you and your partner can easily handle them. You hop off the wagon, sword drawn. He has his weapon in hand, and you start sawing through them. Not a problem at all. Until the sheer number just starts to overwhelm you too. And you have this sickening feeling in your gut as you're so focused on these little chicken freakish things that you slipped up. You made one stupid mistake. Just one. As you see that you were so focused on these creatures, only now do you recognize someone in the tree line. This figure is hidden beneath a dark cloak. You see an arm raised in your direction and a deft movement of the hand. The hand is covered in this brown leather glove. It's this like supple and well cared for leather. The thumb and the index finger are stitched without ends, whereas the other three are all covered. So you can see this fair skin of the hand, but only for a few seconds as it moves. And almost immediately, the paralysis begins. You hold your sword forward. The lettering in giant cant on the blade looks clear, but your mind just can't comprehend it. But there's a second set of letters. These ones are infernal, and they look powerfully clear, written just in front of or towards the tip of the sword before the giant cant. And you see it reads, "Dream with your eyes closed." Just as you become completely petrified, full paralysis, and the sword drops from your hand. Something comes closer, but even your vision is kind of blurred now as you're sort of losing consciousness. But you feel it. You feel with this sharp, horrid, indescribable pain as something strikes right at your neck, and a shattering that follows. And the next thing you recognize is a shallow pit. And you have this out-of-body experience looking down at this frozen stone body. The entirety of the upper torso from the shoulders and up gone, and only the jagged remains of the rest of the body there, lying in this kind of shallow grave. And the sense that this should not have happened, that this was unearned. And right beside it, as the feeling in your mind kind of shifts, you see another small grave. And in it, a much smaller body. This one is in a pitch black swaddle and laying on a bed of roses. And this body is slowly sinking into this dampening earth, swallowed by the muddy ground that reeks of this coppery tang and this stinging smell of burning. As you snap back to the wagon. Who is sitting back there with Ste'yn?
In the back of the wagon?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't everyone else besides Viola?
I mean, like, I don't know, you had some weird positioning where you weren't looking at anybody whatsoever, so. Viola, are you driving again? Are you riding again as you guys
Yeah.
are heading out?
Yeah,
Okay.
she would plan on driving unless someone else was like, actually, she'd just probably drive now, even if Sebastian was like, hey, let me. She's like,
Okay. Beau, were you back there then again too?
Yeah, he would probably be in the same spot he was before, like the previous
Okay.
day. Oh, it's not
Snow,
gonna
give me a
matter. He's gonna
perception.
forget this anyway.
Snow, give me a perception check.
Just 10.
Okay. I guess that's fair. Okay. Yeah. All you kind of hear is this little gasp as Ste'yn kind of wakes up again from this sort of half dream. But that's all. It's just she's back to while you were going through starting the second day of your reading of the journal. Ste'yn,
All right.
you feel beneath your armor, because you are back in your full armor, you feel that dampness on your chest again. You don't feel pain as if it's like, other than the like lingering memory, you don't feel anything other than that. You don't
Ste'yn's
feel like you've
gonna,
been cut.
like, try and feel it and see if there's actual blood on her fingers when she pulls them back out. Like, just...
Again, it's just that like crusty, old, not much comes up.
She'll
All
look
right.
over at Snow. And quietly, she doesn't want the family to probably hear or take notice of this. She'll just say, I know what happened to Colaine.
Colaine.
Yes. It's... I'll tell you all together later. And she's just looking at the bits of blood on your fingers and...
All right. Are you okay?
I'm not sure. Not hurt. Just... a little bit shaken.
Now just puts a hand on her shoulder.
Stan looks over to see what the baby's doing.
The baby is actually she's covered right now because mom is nursing. But you imagine she's content because she's getting fed.
Good.
Snow, how did you do on that check for the second day of reading?
24.
Wow. You know how excited I was for you guys to read the things that you've had for like a minute?
Just been waiting for a chance.
That's fair. That's totally fair. You spend more time with this book, and I will say you'd have to spend a decent amount of this trip. So you keep going, and you're going through these entries, and you realize that there are no names used on any of these subjects because names simply aren't important. Only age, sex, and race, along with standard... It seems like standard vitals were taken before the experimentation begins. And there are a couple of subjects that you see have asterisks next to their names. You see the age ranges. Well, I'll also say the 24 that as you go through it again, you realize that whatever this toxic environment is, it is dark. And I don't mean just it's dark, it's spooky. It is the dark. These people were subjected to being within the dark. Whether it's the bands, whether it's somewhere deeper, whatever that could even mean. The age ranges for various human experiments. Actually, the first one that pops out to you, there are half-elf experiments. This age ranges between 25 and 111 years old. Various subjects. You see gnomish experiments, subjects. The ages range anywhere from 50 to 140 years old. You see human experiments. The age range there at its high end is 67. Its lowest end is 11. And there was one full elf subject, a female, upper range of the 300s. 24. That's really good. I'll say the age, that young age of the human experiment, the human subject, I'll say that stood out enough. You could peek at it. It was an 11-year-old female. And what was noteworthy was that this experiment continued. It's the second longest on record, with a record of 670 days going through these tests. It began with, let me see here. It began with, well, they didn't begin. By the time this human arrived, there was approximately already 2 months worth of exposure, as the notes say. She was non-combatant so long as her guardian figure was present. There were added isolation. They did add isolation to the experimentation methods. It notes the aptitude of the will in sustaining light. There were fluctuations of will between periods of isolation. And overall resistance did lower over time. The subject withdrew without permission prior to poison tests. That's what you get from the journal. So, Beau or Viola, was there anything in particular you guys were looking at today? Because by evening, you will be arriving in Cadence.
I don't think he has anything left to do.
Okay. You get, as you guys are kind of traveling, you're talking amongst yourselves. You guys hear an excited shout from Vivia, and you see her kind of reaching out of the wagon and spinning her ribbon dancer. Just really excited as city lights come into view. Just, watchtower lights and such. And there is there have been like a steady stream of like, as you get closer to a town or a village, small wagons or larger wagons going past you. And there is a couple that are kind of joining the path and coming up as you guys are approaching the town of Cadence. You get in. People are quick to assist you with your horses and your wagon. They're happy to keep them there for you overnight, or if you plan to set out again, they're happy to give them water and food if you plan on riding into the night. You're less than a half day's journey, I think, from
Was there any part during that day before they got to the town that we make another charisma check? Or is it just the entire day is gonna be blocked out?
Oh gosh, yeah, no, yeah. Here, yeah, give me a charisma check. You should have been like, that's what I want to do today. I want to make a charisma saving throw. Charisma saving throw, I should specify.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's saving. I mean, it doesn't matter. It
It's
would
saving
be the
throw.
same. 21.
Lovely. I didn't ask you yet at all today, did I?
You did in the morning on 8.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
Yeah,
that
that's
morning.
what I was wondering if. At what
Yeah,
point?
no, by like midday, by like noon. Flashback. You're like, oh, we set out. Oh my gosh. So you know the rest of the journey in, but you missed the morning.
Okay.
But you guys arrive in Cadence. The Sebastian approaches you, comes back around, and he's already helped get all their what belongings they have off of the wagon. He's basically trying to hold them all like he's their own pack mule. He's holding everyone's belongings that he can. Certainly not letting his wife hold anything, or Vivia. And he says, to you, Snow, can I have to give you something. You guys got us here. I know it was an easy trip and all, but maybe people backed off because they saw you. Regardless, we're incredibly grateful. Thank you. Can we give you something? Can we give you anything? Do anything for you? Are you staying tonight? Are you?
Snow will look at the others. What do we want to do? Do we want to go ahead and get over back to Grotty Minnow, or do we want to stay the night here first?
I think we want to get back. We have
All right.
What,
business
another
to take care
day
of.
and a half to go?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
I
I
think
thought it was
half a day.
Less than a
Oh.
half.
okay.
He looks a little
I think
sad.
we're all right then.
It's like, if you're sure. And Vivia is already like dancing and spinning around, and she's looking up at a notice board, and like pulls Glia over and is pointing at something, and Glia's just kind of laughing and patting her head and fixing her braids around her. Well, it's no longer a proper flower crown. It would have wilted by this point, but she got some new flowers and is like fixing that in her Vivia's hair.
Snow will be sure to provide Vivia and Glia as well.
Yay!
With flower crowns.
Yes.
And at this point, actually, Snow, since they've been together this whole time, Snow would have asked Vivia what flowers she wanted specifically and what colors, and he would have done whatever she requested.
Beautiful. So then there's these little buttercups that are in Vivia's hair now from her flower crown.
Beautiful.
As you're saying goodbye, or as Sebastian saying goodbye to you, Vivia comes back over. She doesn't even she doesn't say anything about it. She just runs up and just throws her arms around Snow's middle, and just gives him a big hug. And she does the same thing to Ste'yn. Does not ask, just does it.
and returns the hug.
Yay! Goes over to Viola. She like leaps to try and get her arms around like Viola's neck and like leap up and hug her. And then she runs over to throw her arms around Beau.
He jumps back.
Give me a dexterity.
Is that an
Give me a
athletics?
dexterity. Yeah, just
Or
dexterity
acrobatics?
athletics. Acrobatics makes more sense.
It's got a 6.
Really?
Yeah.
You're getting hugged.
You got a 9 with no modifiers because she's a little girl. You start to run and she just kind of like skips and just puts her arms around your middle. Thank you for killing the goblins. We would never get here without you. And then she jumps back. And I hope you like your button.
Thanks.
But if you guys did want to stay, it looks like there's gonna be somebody's celebrating, and they're gonna be playing music tonight. And if you wanted to stay and listen to music, that would also be fun. I want to stay. Dad, can we stay? And
You live
he's
here.
Not listening. What? No, I mean
That's not
stay
what she
up
means.
and music.
Sadly, we have our own home to get to.
Sorta.
But I do want you to have something to remember us by, and he's going to give her the rag doll that he cleaned up. He didn't get a chance to perhaps enchant it with anything like he had hoped, but it's clean and it looks much better than when he found it.
She takes the rag doll and she like holds it in her palms as if she were like holding a baby, and her eyes are just glowing. And then she takes it and kind of turns it around, and she has her little purse, her little pouchy thing, and she's now sitting the rag doll, so it's leaning against her chest, sitting on the opening of the pouch, and its legs are just kind of flopping like they're sitting down. And she says, "Thank you." And she'll watch the show with us. And then we'll tell you, can we write to you and tell you all about it?
Of
course.
course.
You sure you
Love
don't want to
getting
stay?
letters. I really wish we could.
Okay. It looks like it's gonna be really good, but I'll just have to tell you about it.
You'll have to tell us all about it. And be sure you keep the rest of your family safe. You're the protector.
Oh yeah, I'm the patroness. I'll call on you
That's
when
right.
I'm ready.
We'll always be there.
It's gonna be so fun. She could be our new mascot. Puts it on her shoulder now. Does
What's
she have
her
a
name?
name? I was gonna ask you. I think I'll name her. I don't know yet. I'll tell you in a letter. I have to think about it. It's very important, your name, you know that?
It is.
Mm.
Name is
I
an
love
important
her.
thing.
Names are okay. Anyway, I think we need to get going.
Okay. And Glia and Luca also thank you guys. Glia, she reaches into her bag and she has a series of sketches. She has 5 sketches, that she drew while you guys were doing your thing, and she gives it to you and she says, "Look, I told you we're not poor, we're not wanting, we just needed a way home. But this is probably the best I can get right now. I don't actually have a ton of money, but just a little something. Thank you for helping us." And she hands it to you. And it is a small stack of just bust portraits of the 4 of you. One is Viola up front with the horse. And she just has this kind of beaming grin, and you can just make out like Pistachio's head near her, and he doesn't look mad. One
This
is
isn't accurate.
I did my best. One is Beau, and it's just like it's a picture of Beau's back, but his head is turned so you can make out his profile. And it's just this, it's not the same evil look, it's just a grimace. But like there's a little smirk as if maybe he's not super mad. It's just like a little smirk on his lips. one is Ste'yn. She has a very calm look about her, this very calm demeanor as she's kind of staring up, and it looks like there's some color added to this one to make kind of a sunset view behind her. It almost looks like a burning background, but it's her kind of looking back towards the sunset. And then the last one is Snow, and it's Snow with his wand is in his staff in one hand, and then just an enormous kind of display of flowers. It's not in a crown or anything like that. It's just flowers. And off to the sides, where it looks like it might be petals, it actually looks like they're little butterflies kind of escaping this bundle of flowers. The fifth one is like a smaller portrait of their family. So there's Vivia, there's Glia and Luca, the parents, and then baby Rose. It's like, just so you don't forget. And you don't think that I forgot. I remember. And I'm not gonna do stupid things. Cross my heart.
Thank you very much.
This is beautiful.
Okay, if you're not staying and breaking my poor little sister's heart, then go. Thank you. And she's gonna go off with her family. Kind of looks over her shoulder one more time and waves. All right. So you guys are gonna finish the trip to Gratimino?
Yep.
Okay.
And once we set off, as soon as we're by ourselves, Snow will turn to Ste'yn and what happened?
I remembered what I dreamed a couple nights ago.
You had a dream too.
I did.
Sounds like we all did.
Yes, and
Well, Viola
wasn't
had a
from my own-
dream. I forgot this conversation. Nobody recapped that
You're-
part.
you're forgetting more things. Well, we'll definitely try to get that figured out back at Gratimino. No, this dream, I learned what happened to Colleen. I saw it all from her point of view.
Oh my gosh.
And there was a figure. Oh, Stan sort of explains the whole thing that she saw with the midnight chickens and the figure coming up and the petrification and all of that. She leaves off the part about the baby that she saw. She keeps that to herself. And she just explains it, and that shouldn't have happened. That wasn't something earned. It wasn't something that was meant to be.
What defines what's meant to be?
It's hard to explain.
From what it sounds like, she lost a fight.
But she made a stupid mistake by not looking out further. She wasn't as prepared as she should have been. I'm not sure. I just know her death was not one that was earned, and that brings up interesting things about the afterlife that you may or may not believe or care about. But
While Ste'yn was telling us about the dream, Snow used detect thoughts so that he could see what it looked like from her point of view as she's thinking about it and rehashing it.
Are you using just the one charge for the 1 minute or whatever it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you digging deeper or surface thoughts?
No, he just wants to see what it looks like from her perspective as he was viewing it. Or he just wanted to see what it looked like from the way she was experiencing the dream. So
Okay.
just to go along with her words, like, "Oh, yep, that's what that looked like. That's horrible."
So it's not gonna be like motion capture movie if it's just like the surface thoughts. It's gonna be those like that feeling, which would be truly horrible. And like the still right? So if you're gonna focus in on it, or if you're gonna use service thoughts, it'll be like a still moment. So you'd see her turn, right, and you would see Komugal from her perspective. You'd see the chickens from her perspective. You'd see the hand from her perspective, the sword, but it's like stills.
Do you think the hooded
He could
figure?
see since.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
No, if Snow was doing that while she was explaining, the last still he would have seen would have been that last image she had in her mind of the baby with the roses.
And the baby.
Yep.
Which he does not remark on.
Okay.
Viola?
Viola's gonna ask Ste'yn, do you think the hooded figure that Kalain saw is the same as the man that was in that room in the keep with the
It's a good question.
snake lady?
Was there similarity?
Other than it being a dark cloak in a dark setting, it might be hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, but it is telling that there are dark-cloaked humanoid figures involved in this. That points to a lot more intelligence in the dark than people want to believe.
Well, there's certainly not an absence of intelligence, and he will tell them about the experiments from the journal.
Viola starts crying.
And what's this doctor's name?
Horrible.
Not listed.
Never have. But it's not listed.
It just says the doctor.
Has Beau ever heard of somebody called the Doctor? Okay.
Well, now that we've set the mood, Viola will wipe her tears. I guess we should get
Why
on
are
the
you
road.
crying?
Because
She's
it was
very
horrible,
sad.
though.
Ste'yn will wrap an arm around Viola.
I mean, the notes happened. I don't.
But there's people behind those notes, and to think about what they experienced,
It's a lot.
it's just heartbreaking. Viola will go ahead and climb up into the carriage.
And you guys start making your way. So you're going to ride the rest of the hours into the night to arrive?
Wait, would we get there really at that? I'm trying to. Because if it's like a triangle thing, if it was 2.5 days to get there and now we're extending out, how would it be the exact same amount of time to get there if we made a detour?
Cadence is on the way. Cadence is not.
Oh, I thought
Off
you
the
said it
track,
was to
yeah.
like the east or the west, because we never passed a town when we came up there.
Yeah, I was building the map in my head. So you'll have to forgive some DM retconning. But no,
No
it
worries.
may not be like a direct that path, but it wouldn't be too far off. That getting here at the end of day 2, it wouldn't be, or even a little further in.
It was that Viola and Pistachio no mojo. He took us on a bit of a...
Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, you would, without any further interruptions, you'd arrive quite late, seeing the city gates come into view, seeing Gratia and making it back to the city. You are welcomed back by Peace Watchmen, who, glad to see your safe return. Welcome, welcome. They'll take care of they'll see the cart, kind of look it over. Oh, that doesn't look, his buddy kind of elbows him. So it's an upgrade. Move on, come on. And they'll handle the cart. They'll get Pistachio.
It grew.
Grew 3 sizes that day. Um, so you've returned. You know that generally a return means a debrief from an assignment. I wasn't expecting y'all to come in late at night, but
I
like,
didn't think we could.
you know, it is what it is.
I
It is what it is.
The first thing Viola's doing is going to the stables and looking for Buttercup.
Okay. They'll hook you up with a town wagon, get you there so you don't have to walk the whole way. They'll totally hook you up.
We gonna take Buttercup for a spin?
I mean, Buttercup's not up here. You can get a horse and this wagon and get to Buttercup.
Oh.
What are the others? Are you guys going with her? What are you guys doing? Now you're back.
Ste'yn was gonna make her way to Sakers.
Oh,
Sacreds?
Beau, I guess, go with her.
Yeah, we have things to do there, I think.
Okay.
Well, it seems like Snow stopped having to make those, so maybe that dimension seems to be working for him, but it's not working for Beau. Whatever he's got going on.
He caught the flu.
You got the flu. Beau, what all did you? Oh,
The evil flu.
What did you change about? I know exactly what I heard. What Snow did. What did Beau do?
Beau hasn't. What do you mean? Change what?
Well, I mean, never mind.
I mean, Beau, to his knowledge and to my knowledge, he didn't pick up anything that would be giving him any issues. So.
No, you're good.
It wasn't the goblin note, you know that.
It wasn't the goblin note. What did Beau put? Did Beau put anything in the bag of holding?
No, because I was looking through and there's not really anything particularly that he needs to. I mean, I guess he could throw in a hammer. Because he has that for some
If you would
reason.
like. Up to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh wait, he's giving up this. I can delete that.
Delete what?
The
you want me to
ledger,
put
he
the hammer
gave
in
that over. Yeah, you could put a hammer
Gotcha.
in there. I doubt
Okey-doke.
that's gonna come up to
Bye,
needed.
Amber.
Oh, and he also doesn't need the lantern on
No
hand either.
more charisma saving throws.
So so also
All of a sudden
a
you're clear.
lantern lamp thing.
Okay.
What kind is it? A hooded lantern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that he picked up from that place he sold the bow that he picked up. He has a scimitar still and the 9-sided die, which none of these things are being magical to Ste'yn. So to his knowledge, he has nothing that he needs to put in for whatever he's got going on.
Who signed for your mission, your assignment?
Wasn't it
Bria?
Bria? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bria
There's a
was
whole thing
the
about it.
Bria
It's
did
true.
the one thing and then
Rhea, Nora,
Nora.
and Canyon?
yeah, Canyon was the
Yeah.
client, and then those two were like our bosses.
Cool. So yeah, Bria was per your rule book. Did anyone read it?
No.
Did anyone get a chance to read
Didn't get
it?
a chance to!
Golly, you guys make this so difficult.
And it's so nice and pretty!
Snow,
If you had just read it, I
Snow
could be like,
skimmed
here's where you
it,
go.
saw that it was just a lot of rules, and then didn't read any
And
further.
then it got washed.
Yeah.
Well, you
so
do
like,
know,
oh, well.
you do know that debrief is the immediate after,
Yeah.
because you've been told before.
Yeah, but we'll off to Sacred Scheme.
But you're off to Sakers
It's the middle of the
instead.
night. We don't want to.
Yeah, we'll
bother
debrief
Nora
first thing in the
middle of night.
morning.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Viola, you make your way to to the Rising Gates stable, and Sazian is you see him, and he does his turn to greet, but he doesn't lift his eyes. He keeps his head low and welcomes you back, and he does sort of preempt you and says, the young horse, Buttercup, she's sleeping now. but she is in from her day of training.
Well, thank you, Sazian, and I hope you've been well while we've been gone. I'll just go in and take a peek at her then. I don't want to disturb her, but it was a bit of a rough trip towards the end, and I was just seeking a little comfort, so I won't be but a minute.
He nods, and all you see is he's just in his grimy cloak and the mask that goes over his nose and across, so all you can even see is just, well, really nothing, as his head is bowed. But he lets you be. As you're with Buttercup, you don't really hear him. It's just when you turn, you suddenly see there's like a little, like, carrot stick as like a treat for her. But he's already back where he was, if he's the one who left it. Did you guys tell her you were going to Saker?
Yeah.
So she can...
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Viola, I assume
Yeah, hopefully.
Viola would have told them where she was going, and when she told them, then they would have told
Yeah.
her.
Okay.
But she'll feed Buttercup the carrot, and spend some time with her, and then on her way out, she'll ask Sazian how the preparations are going for the Harvest Lamps Festival and all that, because I'm sure there's a lot to do around here.
And he nods his head. It's going well, and I think everyone will enjoy it. They're already beginning... Oh gosh, what day is it now? Oh! It's getting on!
It was 3 or 2 days later from what we assessed the other day.
Yeah, like two and a half.
It would be
Ish
the
days.
morning, like I imagine it's past midnight, so it'd be like the morning of a day.
Yeah, it's 19, 20. Yeah, so it's going into the 22nd. So yeah, you got like a week. Yeah, he says, preparations are already underway. There's all manner of people who have come to see us. So it should be enjoyable for everyone participating.
Is this a festival that Juventus would celebrate as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming Viola can assume they'd be pretty similar.
Yes. It is a harvest autumn festival, especially in these two kingdoms.
Okay. Then Viola will just start to make her way out and just say, well, Sazian, thank you so much for allowing me to come in and see Buttercup and visit with her. And I hope you're able to have some fun at the Harvest Lamps Festival as well. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. And she'll wait to see how he responds, and then she'll...
He nods and he wishes you the same. And he adds on that he'll make sure that Buttercup is continued well taken care of.
Thank you very much, Sazian. And she'll leave the cart and horse there with him, and then she'll start to make her way to Saker's Keep.
Okay. We'll say you guys... Are you gonna wait for Viola? We'll say you wait
No.
for Viola.
I don't
No?
think we were waiting.
No?
She
At
didn't
She was
Saker's
say-
going
you
off
just walk
to-
inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, these two
Okay.
have memory problems. They need care.
They have memory problems.
I'm
Okay.
fine.
You make your
All
way
good.
to Saker's Keep, and there are a couple of the graveyard shift acolytes who are outside, who nod at you and welcome you in. They ask and remind you that they are in quiet hours, and please respect this.
We're
In the evening
quiet
time.
hours.
Shh.
Okay.
Thank you. And you're they allow you to go in through that little kind of inner courtyard and then into the atrium. Who are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Anyone that can help us?
Cool.
It seems like just yesterday that we were trying to figure out how to break into this place. Good times.
Ste'yn would be looking particularly for Ogman or Gawaro, someone she's talked to before.
Okay. It takes a few minutes, but you see every now and then an acolyte that will pass through.
As they're
One starts to go
walking-
through.
Oh, sorry.
Well, one starts to pass by and turns to see you. A young man, kind of, he's got fair skin, he's got black hair. He sees you, and he recognizes you immediately, Ste'yn. You see Yonai, who is on the graveyard shift, as he smiles and approaches. Up late again, I see. Good evening.
It's a habit of ours. Good evening to you too. We
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
are seeking some assistance, and I was wondering if Aglin or Goro are around, or someone who might could help.
Oh, Aglin, definitely. I think Head Celebrant is resting at the moment. But yeah, what did you need?
We
We've
need
come across
Aglin.
some interesting
Fetch him.
situations in our last assignments, and need advice or input on how to take care of a situation that's made itself known.
He kind of looks between Beau and Ste'yn, and he nods and he says, are you hurt?
Not physically.
Come on. And he as you follow him, and he takes you back to that room where he had brought Snow originally, or that Aglin had brought Snow. There's a series of beds. There are drapes around each one, and he pulls two aside. He doesn't actually know how many you need. Just pulls two aside, two of the drapes, offers a bed. He says, "I'll go get Aglin. If you're not in immediate life or death, then don't die while I'm gone." And he, Atala doesn't need you that soon.
Don't
I'm
do
sure.
that.
So what is quiet hour? Or time, or whatever, Ste'yn?
You
Yonai
keep
goes.
quiet.
Oh yeah, he was saying that when Go and I left.
Okay.
The practice of keeping as close to silence as you can for certain hours of the day or night.
Why?
Why not?
Because what's the benefit?
Ease of resting, peace, calm, focus.
It's a thing that temples do. I don't know. You just learn to live with it.
Or you learn to appreciate it. And as Aglin is walking in, his hands kind of clasped around his belly as he's walking in to see you. Welcome back, and good to see you're not in the same state you were. How can I help you?
We are having
How's the-
blackouts.
Ooh.
Not
Or memory losses.
blackouts. Them too.
All right. Have a seat. Like offers you the. Did you guys sit on the beds?
He was standing.
He'd motion towards one of the beds. Shall we take a look?
What are you looking at?
I don't
How
know
about
yet.
this? Do Snow first.
And Ste'yn will explain that
I
they tried
volunteer as
detecting
tribute.
magic. They tried detecting evil and
Identify.
good, identify. Basically the whole gamut of what they did. She lets Aglin know. That way he doesn't waste time trying the same things.
All right.
Yeah,
And
the divination hasn't been helping.
that's
Maybe
unfortunate.
some abjuration. I don't
Some
actually
protection. Well, I don't know either until I take a look. So yeah, you explain that detect magic hasn't worked, and you've used identify, you've used all these different things. And he asks you, like, when did this begin? When was the first time you experienced this?
know. Here's the thing, I don't remember.
It was
The
first
you
time
had
I-
blackout?
It was, I think, like 3 days ago.
Okay.
it was
And you
after
don't-
we washed up on a river.
I think it was the day it was the day we arrived to Hazelfoot. Because
Okay.
it's the arriving to Hazelfoot that I don't.
Huh. All right. And when you were on your way to Hazelford, you didn't pick up anything, you didn't see anyone.
Picked up so much stuff.
Fantastic. Did you check each of those things?
Yes.
Lay them out before you.
Afterwards.
Look one by one.
Every magical thing.
You laid it all out?
We did our divination.
He identified
as
it all.
we explained already. I identified everything. She detected everything for magic. That's how I knew what to identify.
I see. And this was the same for you? He's looking at you, Beau.
What do you mean?
We touched all the things and saw all the things? Or did
Well,
we
I
just
didn't have
kind of...
anything that anyone saw of value. Like nothing glue.
Sometimes it's a matter of things that are not seemingly important, but I don't know, honestly. This is... The first thing that comes to mind when it comes to memory would be... enchantment tends to be something that can modify one's memory. I don't know that I've seen it have complete blanking out of memory. Well, I'd ask if you wanted to stay here and be observed for a few days, but something tells me you don't.
No, what
You
are
read
the
my
other
mind.
options?
Maybe like a remove curse, a greater restoration. Clerics usually have those
Indeed.
kinds of things.
He looks over you guys. He says, but you didn't see any spells being or active on you. Any cursed items?
Well, probably the cursed items. That would be my guess, but I'm not really sure. Speaking of cursed items, how is the ruby guarding business going?
Fine as I know. That's now the head celebrant's territory.
Alright, well, we got another one. And Snow just reaches into the bag of holding and pulls it out.
There's more rubies.
Looks like it.
Yes.
Now that is interesting.
Interesting,
see
like
him-
you know
Glad.
what's wrong. So far, it doesn't seem like you've gone in any direction to help.
Well, I just got some new information. That's how it works. And you see him kind of mulling something over in his mind, as you've introduced this ruby. And he says, "There's more rubies, and you came across that ruby while you were traveling. Was that something you found before you arrived at Hazelford?"
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Same day, actually.
Is that the only one you have?
Yep.
Is it affecting you right now?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Well,
Probably,
you don't
if this
seem-
is what the problem is, but I don't know. Ste'yn, how badly do you want to steal it?
I don't.
Where are you in terms of how close are you to Ste'yn right now?
Or do you?
Or do you?
Snow
I mean,
would,
there,
Snow would have sat down on the bed, so Ste'yn can be however close she wants.
she may be staying close
And
to them
Snow-
too. She's concerned
yeah.
about them.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Snow is like watching her intently.
Interesting. And Aglin looks between this dwarven man is looking between Snow, looks between Ste'yn. I don't see her scratching your eyes out to get it. Isn't that interesting? Do I
It is
may I
nice
take a look at
tender
it?
face. There you
You put it in his hand.
go. Mm-hmm.
Looks it over. Kind of looks a little silly. He's like touching it to his cheek, shaking it by his ear.
You listen really closely, you can hear the blood sloshing inside.
Oh,
Mm.
fantastic! I thought you were going to say you could hear the ocean.
I just made that up. I didn't actually try doing it.
Oh, maybe
Can
you
you?
can hear the ocean. Almost. He's like cupping it.
Ah,
He
imagine that.
as you guys are kind of like half joking about this, and he's like just observing it. Okay. He looks at it, and he says, "So you're sure you only have the one?"
I don't have any other rubies.
As far as we can tell, unless it was hidden from detect magic.
Things can be hidden. Would it be alright to add this to Head Celebrant Goro's collection of protection?
I don't want them.
Fantastic. And he closes his hand around it, and he has it in a little, well, he just holds it. He doesn't have anywhere to put it at the moment. And he says, okay, I'll make sure that this gets with the Head Celebrant. We'll see if this one is any different. I think his own little experiment is almost done, depending on how many days have gone by.
Well,
See how well that blood holds up.
The only two things that I got from where that gem came from are these. And he puts out the scimitar and the die, the 9-sided die. Those are the only.
Where did he get the scimitar from?
He got it from the goblin that he killed.
Okay. Well, do you mind leaving these with us as well?
Well, can't you just look at it now?
I certainly can. And he kind of observes it and doesn't seem terribly impressed by it. I don't think this is causing anything.
I told you I didn't have any.
I mean, if that's all you have and you don't have a ruby, then I guess not. Sorry, this is a bit of a mystery, but maybe...
Well, maybe it was just a thing because of the place we were in. You could just,
I don't think it was
help us out, and then we'll move on.
So he'll do like a gamut of, just a restoration or some kind of restorative potion, some kind of curse removal, from you two. And he kind of laughs it off a little bit as, I don't normally get to give this kind of treatment. It's not normally so hazardous. So this is a nice change of pace, to be honest. But first and foremost, of course, we want to make sure you're okay. But if you do notice any other memory loss and such, certainly let us know so we can observe and make sure that we figure out what exactly it is. Because at this moment, unless you're willing to stay and I can get the Head Celebrant, well, I don't know where he is at the moment, but
I heard he was
if
sleeping.
you're willing to sleep over...
No, I'm good. I'm good, thanks.
We'll see if your treatment worked.
I hope it does. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome to some tea on your way out. Or in the prayer chambers, if you wanted to stay and pray a little bit.
I'm good.
Sorry to disappoint you that I can't have all the answers at the snap of a finger. Some things do take time.
I didn't expect you to.
I did expect me to. I'm a little disappointed. He looks back at the ruby.
Feelings mutual.
Oh, good. Then once we figure it out, we'll all be very happy.
All right. Well,
He'll...
shall we go?
mhm. And he, as you guys are heading out, he'll say, just so long as you did check everything. Make sure you're not...
What are you
I'm not-
implying?
All I'm saying is not everyone wants to share everything they have. If you have a little girl who has her little journal and a diary or something like that, she's not going to want to offer that up.
Look.
I'm saying amongst yourselves, as friends, if you've shared everything, you've shared everything.
The only time I started having memory issues is after we got that gem. So the only things that I picked up were the things I showed you.
Perfect. Then I'll get to researching this further. If you need anything else, our doors are always open.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Sleep well. Maybe that's part of the problem. You don't look like a group that sleeps much.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Good night.
Have a good night. As you guys are heading out, is probably when Viola would finally catch up. They made it. Oh, you're leaving. As you are heading out, actually, I'll say, you see someone does get your attention. It is not Jeremy. I'm afraid you're going to be very disappointed. As you are leaving, you hear someone call out to the four of you. And you recognize, you haven't seen him in a minute, but you recognize him. It's just odd to see him not attached to Nora's side. As Vaughn approaches. He sees you and he kind of eyes you. You've come in late. Welcome back.
We just got in.
You're up late too.
I am, but I'm on duty, so where I'm needed, I go. But if you are back, well, I won't keep you. I hope you'll get some rest. But when you are done resting, if you could make your way to the rally district for your debrief, that would be appreciated.
What, is Nora still just held up in our house?
He kind of bristles a little bit as you say that. Held up is not the word I would use. If she's using good judgment to stay resting, then good.
Is she feeling
I wouldn't
any
ask her to
better,
come
at
back
least?
here. She says as much. I think so, yes.
Well, we will make sure to go pay her a visit as soon as we're able to tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Then make sure you get rest. And he'll head back into the depths of Saker's Keep. You hear a distant door creak open, like one of the prayer rooms. Where are you guys sleeping? Are you guys actually sleeping in your barracks? I imagine.
Viola
not all
is
of you.
going back to her bed to check her mailbox and make sure that her armor is where she left it.
Ste'yn's headed to the graveyard.
Mailbox, graveyard. Beau had a nice spot on a wall he found before he left. Snow is going after Ste'yn.
So Beau is going to probably leave, go past the wall, and go find something else, since the other time it wasn't very fruitful that he went.
Going hunting?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Give me a quick survival check.
All right. Oh my gosh. It's 9.
Oh.
Oh no.
Beau, what are you doing? You had a whole greater restoration and a remove curse, and you should feel fresh as a daisy.
Oh, you gonna give me advantage for it?
I say you should feel fresh as a daisy.
And yet.
It's not as bad as like the sad little squirrels, like the sad little bony squirrels anyway. It's, you know, you find a little something out there, but it's just, again, when you're this close to the cities, it's just not gonna be as satisfying of a catch. But you do find enough to satisfy, like to sustain you anyway. Viola, you head back to the barracks. You checked your mailbox. You do see a little never mind. No, you don't. It's fine. You're fine. You go back to the barracks. The room is mostly just full of sleeping
Oh, wait,
ladies.
wait. When she walks through the wild pike, she keeps an eye out for the polar bear.
Through the wild pike?
Very important.
Okay. You don't see the polar bear and the wild pike.
Boo. Must be somewhere else that I didn't look.
You give me a perception check.
15.
Okay. As you're passing through the hall beyond the wild pike, you know that it's not too far from the mess hall. And it's quiet in there, but there's like the late night roaming folks who are probably cleaning or something or other. And you peek your head inside. Is this more important than your armor?
No.
You peek your head inside, and very, very far off in a little corner, all alone, surrounded by an array of these empty dishes that have some leftover bones and some tossed aside little like toothpicks and stuff. You see this big white creature.
It's real.
Sitting over the table, kind of finishing one last of something on that plate.
She makes a mental note that she's seen him hanging out in the mess hall around this time. So she's gonna come back and check. Excuse me. When she has more time.
Okay. And when you get up to the barracks, you see that the beds are mostly full. And very delicately on a soft, kind of like a bedroll, and placed down, and gleaming, absolutely gleaming, is this beautiful golden armor set beside your bed. And it's on like the side of the bed that like is less visible from the other beds. Waiting for you.
She immediately takes off her mithril chainmail and puts back her armor on.
Like
not going
midnight,
to bed?
1 a.m. I need it.
She's gonna sleep in her armor tonight. She's been missing it.
Everyone else just like wakes up to the sounds of like clanking plates
armor.
and
What is going on?
tightening of the straps and everything.
You're messing up Cynthia's beauty sleep.
Really? Though. And
I was gonna say Viola moves closer to Cynthia and rattles around a little bit more, but she wouldn't do that.
and then Ste'yn and Snow, you guys cozy up in the graveyard, the cemetery of Saker's Keep. So you didn't have far to go at all. It's
just
quiet
to
out there.
clarify quickly, the mailboxes were empty. She would have checked Beau and Snow's and Ste'yn's as well, just so that she could tell them if it was glowing.
I think, what's the date? Trying to see if you would have gotten your pay from last week. I think that's on 4th though, so in a few days you will. So yes, they're empty for now.
Okay.
You guys cozy up in the cemetery, where it's nice and comfortable and there's company between the two of you anyway. It's not people roaming around. But you do see the occasional acolyte in the distance or walking in and out of the keep. And you rest your heads and fall asleep.
Before they go to sleep, Snow does his Song of Rest and also gives inspiration to Ste'yn in hopes that she sleeps better. And maybe doesn't wake up with blood on her, but he's not really sure what to make of that.
We're not sure why that happened.
Nope.
I was debating if I wanted to try and push us to get to a point, but I think we can probably do that. We could probably have you guys get to Rally District next session. you think? I'm eyeing the time.
It's up to
I
you.
mean, it also
can keep
depends
going.
on what we're planning on doing when we wake up, since it seems like we're all in different places.
That's true. You're in different places. You don't know if your curse was lifted or whatever the heck is going
We
on. And Viola has seen
we
the
should
bear.
keep going until the party isn't split, so that we don't have this
Wake up in
tradition
of being in 4 different
starting
places.
sessions.
Ah, I hate being
I mean,
Technically, we're only
we
in 3
started-
different places.
We started this session in 2 different places. They were all in bed, and Beau was just by a tree.
And now you're in 3 different places.
Yeah. So
I'm okay with that. It's a matter of like y'all dozing, y'all comfortable. Cause we get the really fun edits after all this is done and done, so it looks really great when you see it on YouTube. But yeah, tell me how you're feeling. Everybody, don't be like, I'm actually dying and I'm not saying anything.
I'm okay with going until we are back together.
Okay, we'll get y'all back together. So morning comes, an eventful night. Viola, you wake up. Sleeping. See, you're not accustomed to sleeping in armor. That's the problem. So, for you to get a full night's rest, I don't know that that's what goes down when you sleep in your armor. So, although you had you just came from traveling, so I think you're okay. I'm tempted to give you the level of exhaustion. It's yours. Too late. I said it. You slept in armor. It's super uncomfortable.
Has she
Welcome
never
to Ste'yn's
slept in
life.
armor before? I thought she
Viola?
was semi-nomadic.
Viola, I don't
She
think.
normally doesn't, no.
Oh.
So you'll have that
Ste'yn's gotten
exhaustion,
used
but
to
in
it.
your heart you feel good because your armor is back.
Boo.
You wake up. It was kind of fitful, but it's still, you're 8 hours. So it's morning. You actually hear the otherwise quiet. Oops. The room is otherwise quiet, but you see Lear is she's coming in and she's kind of like getting her day started, just making the bed. She kind of hears your armor moving and looks over, sees you. You're back! Welcome back.
I'm back, and thank you so much for keeping track of my armor. I missed it. I missed it so much I decided to sleep in it.
That
and even though
wasn't the
Viola,
smartest idea.
and even though Viola's acting very excited, she does have some dark circles under her eyes.
You should probably get some breakfast. Something to wake you up a little bit.
That is a great place to start, and Viola will climb out of bed. Is that where you were headed? Have you had breakfast yet?
I had to eat already because I was already downstairs and I was working. But well, I was actually going to meet some people because we have some plans. So okay, I was gonna wait till I found you and Ste'yn, but so one of the things that we do, at least when I've seen other people celebrate the Harvest Lambs Festival, and at least I heard it happens here. So the bunks can get together, and then they do like a special something for the festival, and I wanted to get us all together to do something because we've never done anything like all together as a group, like all the girls. So I thought it'd be really fun. So that's what we were gonna go do.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm so very much here for that.
Yeah?
Let's do it.
Yes. Well, first you need breakfast.
Yes.
And Lear will like drag you down to the mess hall. Make sure you are fed. Kind of ask you how your trip went and what your plans are for the day. When you go down there, you don't see the bear, by the way.
Viola will say like, "Oh yeah, the trip. We gotta go and debrief with Nora this morning. I need to find the others. I'm guessing that Snow and Ste'yn are in the graveyard again. Who knows where Beau is? So I need to find those three." And then we need to head over to the Rally District to debrief with Captain Nora. So I might have to skip
Rally
out on the
District?
clinic. Yeah. She's still in her house at the moment, apparently, according to Vaughn.
And all of this seems like kind of news to her. Like, oh,
Oh.
that's okay.
Maybe I wasn't supposed to say that, so maybe don't repeat that.
I won't say a word. That's cool. Have you been there already?
To the Rally District?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple times. Although the first time wasn't that smooth. Yeah.
You really went over there? Did you have an assignment or something?
Sure. We got an assignment.
You guys went to the rally. That is so cool. You guys
I also had
so
to get
cool.
Nora to sign some paperwork so I could train with Storkum.
She's done it.
And then
What?
I know, isn't it just the coolest thing ever? I'm so excited for it.
You called him by his first name? Are you guys like dating or something?
I wish,
And
but
the rumors
no.
start.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna find the girls and you go to the Rally District. But I need to hear everything when you get back. And bring Ste'yn.
Yes, Ste'yn and I will find you whenever we get back. I promise. And Viola will hold out her pinky.
She'll take your pinky. And then she gives you a hug, and then she sends you on your way, and she heads into her shift, so to speak.
Viola will also grab a couple extra breakfast items to take with her for the other three.
Perfect. Where are you guys meeting?
We never said.
Viola's
Lovely.
gonna head towards the graveyard because that's the last other place she's heard of Ste'yn sleeping, so.
Beautiful. Speaking of graveyards, Snow and Ste'yn, you guys wake up with the chirping of the birds and the autumn breeze rolling in. Or I should say the harvest lamps breeze rolling in. And you give me a quick perception check.
Strong 6.
That is a 28.
Okay. Ste'yn, the moment you open your eyes, your back is turned to Snow, and he's just kind of like sprawled out up towards the sky. And you open your eyes to a silver, or like a metal tray, and there are two teacups that are just kind of perpetually like steaming, and a pot of tea, and a little card on it that when you turn it, it's just like a little like triangular like tinted card, and you turn it and it just says good morning, Atala's light be with you, and it's just like a dash Y in common.
Aw.
Sweet. Ste'yn will pick up the tray and turn to put it between herself and Snow. And say good morning. You and I brought us tea.
Oh, that was nice of him. How did you sleep?
Much better than the last few nights.
Well, I forgot to have you roll a wisdom. No kidding.
Any blood?
Any blood?
I should have just peel the armor off real quick. Nah, we're good.
No,
You don't
nothing
feel
is that. That's something to talk to, I think, Aurora more about than the emissaries.
I'm surprised you
But-
didn't mention it to Aglin.
We needed to get you two taken care of, and rest was also needed for us all. It's been a long trip.
Well, I don't know if you actually did anything, but it was a long trip, that's for sure. Although, technically, it's longer to you than it is to me.
Can't believe you lost so much memory. And
Nothing exciting happened, right? You would have told me.
I don't think there was anything of particular note for the periods you lost memory. I think we covered most of it. But are you alright? You lost some important things in the water.
Yeah. I mean, it's just things.
Is it? And she'll reach out and put a hand on his shoulder.
No, it wasn't.
Those were
But-
important to you.
They're gone now. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry that you lost them. And then, before then, how are you after killing that gnoll? You don't like death.
It deserved it.
All creatures of the dark have earned their death by being. But why?
Why what?
Why take that gnoll's life? You don't like killing things. Have you ever killed something before?
Yes.
Before the gnoll?
Sorry, that was me. That's not Snow. He's not smiling right now. Yes.
I'm surprised.
Gnolls don't deserve to live.
They don't. No creatures of the dark do. But you went very cold after it. Are you alright?
I would be better if they didn't exist.
That's understandable.
They are everything that's wrong with the world.
They're a pretty good approximation of a lot of things that are wrong with the world. But I don't think gnolls are the biggest problem in the world.
Well, they are to me.
Fair?
Those things are the antithesis of all that I love and all that I see that is good.
That's pretty harsh coming from the poet.
They are and will always be my enemy.
I hope you get to vanquish them. They've already earned their deaths, just need to be given it.
My only regret is that it lived as long as it did and suffered as little as it did.
That? Dark. To enjoy the suffering of something. I didn't expect that from you. There's one thing to mete out death, it's another to take delight in the suffering that can come before.
What they deserve. And it's not enough to make up for what they've done.
Ste'yn just
You
kind of
didn't
nods.
see what I saw.
I didn't. I can't imagine to have seen what you saw. I'm very sorry you saw what you saw. Don't let the horrors you've witnessed drain the light that you have within. And she's going to pick up one of the teacups and take a sip.
And as if punctuating the this discovered sort of accentuated darkness sort of lying behind Snow's eyes, in the distance you hear a gently tolling bell. And there's movement now about Saker's Keep that's just such a division from this moment, and a harsh dragging you back to kind of reality around you. People are moving about, talking wistfully, and some are entering into the graveyard area as going about intending to their duties. Without understanding what had just happened, they'll some nod and smile in your direction as time moves forward. You guys did not agree on a meeting area, but were you guys planning to find the others? Or, I know Viola's, I think, on her way.
I think Ste'yn assumed that Viola would come back here, and then they would go find Beau, if he didn't also make his way here.
Beau needs to get his way into the town.
I was gonna say, Beau, where are you?
Yeah, he just stayed out in the woods after his not so great search
Hunting
last night.
Adventure.
Yeah, he just set up an alarm and then went to bed where he was.
Okay.
So he still needs to
You'd be up
get
with
back.
the sun.
Alright, so he's not planning on going through the gate. He's just gonna go to like the main wall. And then he's gonna use his owl, or not owl, his bat.
Bat.
He's going to put his senses into the bat so that way he could use it to do some intel gathering out there. There's other people directly on the other side of the wall. And then once there's a clear opening, he's gonna run up and then run back down the other side.
Sounds good. And you're able to make your way back inside, I guess, by near enough to the Rising Gate? Or...
I mean,
yeah.
he wasn't really
that's just the
caring
southern
about
gate.
where the
Doesn't
gate
matter.
is particularly because he's not using it.
That's fine. I just mean, I'm trying to locate Beau in the city once he goes over the wall, but it's fine. And then once you're back in the city...
I mean, I guess he would head towards the graveyard if that's where the others might be.
Seems it. So what I'll say is, you guys, without too much fumbling, you've traveled enough together and sort of figured your way around the city. You guys are able to meet back up at Saker's Keep. And you also remember that Viola sort of got a pass. She's kind of the golden child and can get you over to the Rally District without too much fuss and muss. So if that is the plan, then you guys are able to secure... You can check on Buttercup one more time, and you guys are able to secure a wagon and a horse. It's without trouble, without fuss, to get yourselves over to the Rally District.
Actually, I had a thought. Can I make it an addendum? Is that wait, no, maybe that's not the right word. I don't know. Can I make a
Amendment?
change? Amendment. That's it. An addendum
Sure.
is like adding something, I think, to a list or something.
Correct.
Like that. Yeah. Instead of going to the graveyard, could he actually just go to the Rally District?
Yes, probably.
Because he knows that's where they're going anyway. He's going to go to Nora's house ahead of them.
Okay. Okay. And you move pretty quick, too, with your
Yeah.
amazing speed. Sure. Yeah. You make your way to Nora's house. You head to the Rally District. Same situation with your familiar. You can see through. Find when the coast is clear. Up and over the wall. Easy enough. And when you get to Nora's, are you just walking up to the front door? Or
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
just
he's not
waiting
gonna
there with them.
stealth into the back. He's not gonna stealth into the house, so he's gonna try and the old knock approach.
the good old knock approach?
Yeah.
Okay. As you are approaching the house, give me a perception check. Make it a good one.
It's not.
Dang it!
Right now it's a 5.
Yes,
Or-
you need your
or an
psionic
11.
die. Oh yeah, no, that's good. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Scratch the die. You're approaching the house, and kind of instinct almost makes you want to try and sneak inside, but you're like, no, I can handle just going through the front door like a normal person. That's totally fine when you're invited somewhere. Before you get there, you hear a soft sound from the back of the house. And you quickly realize it's a melody that you heard briefly before, coming from the back.
I'll go back there.
Okay, you're just gonna walk over? Are you going to sneak?
I mean, he's not
It's up to
like
you. Just
running
wanna make sure.
bombastically, so yeah, it just can't
Okay.
walk.
You walk towards the back, and you see the familiar garden area outside at the back of the house. And where the areas of the house kind of look over this garden, but otherwise it's a short path from the back door to the low gate of the garden. And you hear the tune now, loud and clear, that soft Peosian lullaby as you see Captain Nora is sitting outside on the bench, one of the benches in the garden. And she just appears to be staring down at the flower bed. It's still half crunched from a previous encounter with you, in fact. And you can see in her hand, well, you can see her hand is kind of resting up just below her neck as the lullaby from her locket is playing. She doesn't hear you approach. She doesn't appear to hear you approach, or she doesn't acknowledge you. She's just staring at the garden bed and listening to this lullaby. And I think that is where we will end tonight's session. You're mostly together. Mostly together, I'll take it. At least one of you is in the rally district. But luckily, we're gonna play again next week. Woo! You guys ready? I'm not, but I will be. Oh my goodness gracious. I have too many tabs open now, and I can't find my goodbyes. Tabs. That's you, and you. Found it! Hey, I found it. Cool. Thank you from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing to the channel. We appreciate you guys journeying with us to bring clean content to the world of tabletop RPGs. A particularly huge thank you to my players, whose links are in the description below. Please take a moment to follow these tremendous people and their exciting endeavors. David, who plays Beau, Catherine, who plays Ste'yn, Kassie, who plays Viola, and Josh, who plays Snow. I'm Brenna. I am your storyteller for this adventure, and we will see you back here next time.
Wait.
Safe travels. Oh,
Well,
what'd
we
I say?
also, well, no, it's that this Sunday we also have a premiere. We should
Oh
probably-
yeah, guys! Christmas!
So we have a premiere of Agents of Oblivion this Sunday. We also should be launching our Discord server live during that premiere. So
Yeah.
So there's two things coming this
Yeah.
Sunday.
I definitely don't have additional things that need to be done before that, but it will get done. This is here. We love Christmas. So yes, join us on Sunday. That is December 17th at 6 p.m. Eastern. And we've learned from the errors of our ways, and it'll be a beautiful, smooth, lovely watch party over here on YouTube for Agents of Oblivion, our Christmas one-shot. So do join us there. And anything else? Did I forget anything else?
No, I think that was it.
After our next session will be our break. We'll miss you tremendously, but there will still be activity on the channel, so make sure you are subscribed so you can follow all that. It's going to be very fun. And now, safe travels until we meet again.